Hello everyone, welcome to Scary Stories with Rain. I'm here to help you relax and drift into a peaceful sleep. If you enjoy the stories, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel. It truly means a lot to me. Iggy love to know where you are listening from and what time it is for you right now. Now, get comfortable and let us begin. Grim Vale. Under a frigid moon, Old Stage Road twists through a forest where darkness swallows all sound. An old bus rumbles forward, its engine growling like a demon whisper. Inside, a list of eerie rules sits silent, each line hissing with warnings. Something watches, waits, and no one on this ride knows what lurks around the next bend. I recently graduated from a CDL school and decided to get a job related to my field. After applying to every job that involved driving larger vehicles that I could find, I got a reply about an hour later for a bus driver position at Spotsylvania High School. The message read, "Hello, Michael. We have reviewed your application and have decided that you would be perfect for our position. Your first day will start tomorrow. Your bus's number is 458, and it is located at a bus yard on 101 Courthouse Road. You can arrive at the bus yard at any time, but please arrive at the school before 4 a.m. This is when the students get dismissed. Once the students enter the bus, you can deliver them to their 5 stops on Old Stage Road." It was signed Edward Spotswood, principal of Spotsylvania High School. I was a bit confused about why there was no interview, but nevertheless, I took the job anyway, not wanting to look a gift horse in the mouth. I also thought it was strange that the school hours took place during the night, but I assumed the school operated 24 hours a day, dividing students and teachers into 4 groups for each shift to follow social distancing guidelines or for general efficiency. At around 3:15 a.m., I got into my rusty 1974 Ford F-250 and drove to the address listed in the message. It wasn't that far away, only about a 15-minute drive. When I arrived at a vehicle gate next to a guard shack, the bus yard consisted of a flat slab of dirt with several buses parked toward the back, with a large space in the front to allow for maneuvering the buses into the spots. Surrounding the yard was a fence with the aforementioned gate and shack replacing part of the fence. The guard in the shack was startled by my arrival and proceeded to open the window slightly. "Who are you?" he asked. "Hello," I replied. "I'm Michael Thompson. I'm here for bus 458. Are you okay?" He picked up a piece of paper, looked at it briefly, then put it down. He then passed me a key I presumed was for my bus. "Okay, sir, here in your key. Find your bus and replace its parking spot with your truck. Then you can go." The gate opened, and I did as he asked. I drove my truck through the gate, got out to find my bus, and then drove my bus to the front of the yard and parked it in a corner. I walked back to my truck, parked it in my busier original spot, and then returned to my bus and drove it back to the gate. My bus was one of those flat front buses with the engine in the back and the driver in front of the front wheels. I don't know the official name of this design. I noticed that the bus I was given had many dents and scratches, mostly on the front bumper, but I did not think much of it and started my shift anyway. I arrived at the school at 3:47 a.m. I noticed there was only one bus for the school, mine. Since the school was very small, it made sense why there was only one bus while I waited for the students to be dismissed. I found a list of rules, along with a map, in a gap between the steering wheel and the windshield. Rules for Spotsylvania High School busing. You must follow these rules when driving on Old Stage Road. We cannot ensure your safety if you break any of these rules. Do not use any electronic devices for navigation. They will try to deceive you. We printed out a map for you to follow. The bus stops where you can drop kids off are labeled as 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. These stops resemble a bench with 3 walls and a roof, with the opening at the front. The bus stop number will be on both sides of all 3 walls. If you stop at a bus stop that is not one of the above, leave the stop immediately and continue your journey. Try not to look at anything nearby a fake stop, besides checking a wall to see if it be a valid stop. The road is supposed to be very old, windy, and unmaintained. If the road suddenly changes to a straight road that appears to be newly paved and the scenery starts repeating, immediately slam on the brakes and turn around before it be too late. Once the road starts curving again and any straight parts are no longer visible, you can turn around and continue your journey. If turning around is not possible, shift the bus into reverse and drive until you either find the place to turn around or the road returns to normal. If the road reaches a dead end, turn around or reverse until the end of the road is no longer visible. Similar to Rule 3, if the road merges with another road, remember which side you came from. This will be important if you have to turn around. Do not drive on a road you did not come from if any other vehicles appear on the road. Disable them by any means possible. Don't worry about minor damage to the bus. You can easily bash through cars or light trucks, but be careful around larger vehicles that could put up a fight. Do not drop off any students if your bus is currently being pursued by any vehicles, or if you disabled one recently and it crashed near a bus stop. If your bus gets stuck for whatever reason, alert the students and don't let them leave. There is a handgun in the glove compartment near the steering wheel. Use it to defend the bus if anything attempts to get in. Wait in the bus until dawn, then contact us to get you out of there. No pay will be deducted if this happens. If you hear a church bell, avoid going toward the source. If it behind you, you're good. If it's jet on your side or in front of you, turn around and get as far away as you can until the ringing stops. Once you can no longer hear the bell, you can turn around and continue your journey. This usually doesn't last long. If you see a creature on your right running parallel to your bus, do not, under any circumstances, open any doors or windows, while it will always run at the speed of your bus. You can confuse it by constantly accelerating and decelerating. Doing that may allow you to get into a position to run it over. This is the only known way to stop it. If the engine stops for seemingly no reason, immediately start it up again. Do not look at what is behind the bus. If that doesn't work, refer to Rule 7 for everyone when safety. If you see a human on the road, run it over, even if it resembles a loved one. It's not human. If you fail to run it over, skip any remaining stops and return to the bus yard as quickly as possible. Do not, under any circumstances, open any doors or windows. If you have to turn around for any reason, do so as quickly as possible. Despite the fact that you likely want to see it again, it is still following you. Once you arrive at the bus yard, alert the guard. If you see a mansion in the distance, turn off all lights and floor it. None of our students live here. Its position on the road changes often, sometimes not appearing at all. The owners are deaf, but can still see. The part of the road directly in front of the mansion is straight, and you can turn your lights back on once you're surrounded by forest again, so you'd be fine. This mansion is at least twice as tall as the forest and emits light from the rooms, so if you pay attention, you can spot it from far enough away to turn off your high beams and headlights before they notice the light. If you see a ridiculously bright light behind you, they see you. If this happens, put on the modified sunglasses in the glove compartment and get out of there as quickly as you can. The students are prepared with similar sunglasses to prevent being blinded by this light, so don't worry about them. If you are forced to turn around for any reason, do so as quickly as possible. Do not drop any students off when the owners are chasing you and return to the bus yard if necessary. When the light disappears and you've lost them, you can continue your journey. Keep all doors and windows closed during this time. The true end of this road merges with a larger road at a three-way stop. If any students are still on the bus, once you pass all 5 stops, go back to the front of the road and try again. Keep doing this until all students have reached their stops. Or if you get too tired to continue. I was very confused about what to think of this. Sure, it sounds impossible, but as a long-time lurker of this Srevdud, I knew I should take these rules seriously. Nevertheless, I continued waiting for the students to be dismissed. I came up with a plan. I would follow the rules unless they could potentially harm someone. If they were vague, such as the vehicle ramming rule, and I could prove a rule to be true without breaking any of them, I would assume they were all real and follow them all at 4 a.m. The students exited the school and boarded my bus. I estimated that 20 students entered the bus, about 80% capacity under the social distancing guidelines. Despite the situation, most of the students were very calm, as if they had been attending the school for so long that this didn't scare them anymore. Once all the students had entered the bus, I closed the door and got on the road. The road was a 2-lane, winding road through a forest. Though it was paved, it looked like it had been maintained for decades, with potholes poorly patched with tar. The pothole fillings looked like chunks of the First World Lightning McQueen paved in cars. Roads like this are nothing unusual here in rural Virginia. The first 10 minutes were uneventful, and I dropped off 3 students at stop 1 with no complications. That was until I heard a student scream, "They here!" I looked in my left mirror, and sure enough, I saw a pair of headlights in the distance. Rule number 6 states, if any other vehicles appear on the road, disable them by any means possible. I accelerated the bus, but the pair of headlights accelerated faster, catching up to me in a matter of seconds and starting to tailgate me. It got so close that the headlights were no longer visible from the rear window, but I still knew it was back there. "What is happening?" I yelled to the students. Even though I knew exactly what was going on, I was still hoping this was all a joke. Several students replied at once, but I couldn't decipher what any of them were saying. "Should I brake check the vehicle?" I asked. Every student replied, "Yes." So I did. I slammed on the brakes, causing my bus to come to a halt within seconds. I heard tires screeching from both vehicles, shortly followed by a loud crunch from the back of the bus. I then accelerated the bus, looking out the rear window to see the vehicle behind me had stopped chasing me after the collision. At that speed, I must have broken something important under the hood, as we were going 60+ miles per hour at the time of the collision. About a minute later, I arrived at stop 2. 2 students, a boy and a girl, got up to exit, so I assumed I was far enough away from the other vehicle to drop them off. I opened the doors, and they were about to step off until we noticed our mistake. This was not stop 2, it was stop Z. Rule number 2 states, if you stop at a bus stop that is not one of the above, leave the stop immediately and continue your journey. I immediately sped off, closing the doors while the bus was already moving. The 2 students were still at the front of the bus, grabbing the railing to avoid falling due to the dramatic acceleration. Not even a second after I closed the doors, I heard a demonic screeching from my right. "Driver, look!" one of the students yelled. She was pointing at the doors, revealing that something had managed to get a part of itself wedged between the doors, as I had to focus on the road. I did have much time to look at it, but I was still able to catch a glimpse of whatever she was pointing at. It looked like an arm of a massive gingerbread man, except it reflected no light. I could hear whatever that arm was attached to being dragged across the asphalt, sounding like a mix of metal and flesh. I briefly opened the doors, causing the creature to lose its grip and fall to the ground. "What the heck was that?" I asked the students who were still on the staircase. "I don't know," replied the female student. "I've seen that thing a few times." The fake bus stop is fairly uncommon. It usually happens at least once a month, but the creatures usually don't get to the bus in time. The male student returned to his seat. This event somehow made me come up with a question for the female student. Actually, how long have you been here? I've lived here since I was a baby. Every house here has its own set of weird rules, but it did all my family could afford, so we've been living together ever since. Oh, and what are your name? She added. Michael. And you, Emily? Okay. Would you mind staying up here so we can continue our conversation? This is the police. Stop your vehicle immediately. A masculine voice yelled through a megaphone. The voice sounded like a pathetic attempt to be human, as if the sentence was put through text-to-speech software and blasted out of a megaphone. I was so into my conversation with Emily that I was completely oblivious to the police cruiser in the left lane. The other students were also distracted by us, so they were unable to warn me like they did last time. I slowed down my bus, causing the cruiser to start passing me, intending to do a pit maneuver once it was in position, but what I saw in the cab will haunt me forever. The two creatures inside were vaguely humanoid enough to operate a motor vehicle designed for humans. They looked like the creature from Venom, but covered in bluish-black scales, as if they were reptiles. The one in the passenger seat turned its head 90 degrees to look at me without moving anything below its neck. Its eyes were thin, vertical lines stretching from the top of its mouth to the top of its forehead, like the eyes of stick figures from the Henry Stickmin collection, except they emitted a white light, like Carol Bryn from Mind. The two of us stared at each other for what felt like forever. I wasn't concerned about the fact that I was paying attention to the road. I somehow completely forgot I was driving a bus. I even forgot that I existed altogether. The entire concept of anything I was looking at vanished in my mind, as if I was in the latest stages of dementia. All I knew was the bright light emitting from the creature eyes. After an unmeasurable amount of time, we broke eye contact. The cruiser got stuck between a rock and my school bus. I immediately regained the concept of existence and realized what was going on. The bus had been going in a straight line, but the road wasn't straight, and the bus had been veering into the left lane this whole time, pushing the cruiser against the cliff on the left. This caused the cruiser to come to a halt almost instantly. I immediately got back into my lane to avoid meeting a similar fate to the cruiser. "You're finally back!" Emily screamed, inches from my face. She got down and cried on the floor while repeating the same sentence multiple times through sobs. "How long was I staring at that thing?" I asked her. She just cried harder. "Oh, okay," I said awkwardly. There's a tissue box between the dashboard and the windshield. You should probably take off your mask until you're done crying." I wanted to comfort her, but I had no idea what I was supposed to do in this situation, so I just let her cry on the floor while resting against my right leg. This usually works for me when I'm having a breakdown, but I have no idea how neurotypical brains work or if Emily is neurotypical in the first place. Less than a minute after the crash, I arrived at stop number 3. 2 students got up to exit, so Emily got out of the way so they could get off at the stop and begin their trek down the ominous path beside it. As I left the stop, Emily answered my question from earlier. "You were looking at that thing for like 5 minutes, she said. "And you were so stiff that I couldn't do anything. I couldn't access the brakes. I could barely move the steering wheel. At least your foot wasn't on the diesel." I laughed. "I just called the accelerator, which is stupider, calling a liquid fuel gas or calling the accelerator the gas. I guess we should pay attention to what are going on around us so something doesn't sneak up on us like last time. Good idea. Well, I'm going back to my seat so I don't get hit through the windshield, but if you need any help or have any more questions for me, just call me. And I've come right back up here, all right?" Minutes later, I heard clunky noises from the back of the bus. Before any of us could comprehend what was going on, the engine stopped. Rule 10 states, if the engine stops for seemingly no reason, Immediately start it up again. Do not look at what is behind the bus. If that does not work, refer to Rule 7 for everyone, 1 safety. I desperately tried to start the engine, but it was no use. The bus was still gliding down the road because of inertia, but I could barely move the steering wheel since power steering was disabled. When the engine turned off, the road was still relatively straight enough for me to stay on the road with my limited steering, but if I encountered a curve, I would have to stop the bus and execute Rule 7. The rules implied something behind the bus had managed to turn off the engine. That yin, when I noticed a pair of headlights suddenly appear behind me. The unseen vehicle went into the left lane and accelerated until it was beside me. It was the cruiser from earlier. Those guys had turned off their lights and followed my taillights to navigate the road. I immediately stopped, looking at it, to avoid being hypnotized again. After holding down the starter for about 10 seconds, the engine finally came back to life, and I floored it. The cruiser noticed this and accelerated. Now that I had my power steering back, I blindly swerved into the left lane while staring directly ahead. I heard a loud crunch from my left. I looked into my left mirror and saw that the cruiser was no longer following me. The entire chassis was bent where the corner of my bus collided with the back right door. The things attempted to hypnotize me through the mirror, but they were too far away at this point to affect me. After the crash, I saw stop 4 on the right, but skipped it because the cruiser was way too close to it. The hill was still on the left, but the area on the right was flat enough to fit a few houses. These houses were fairly large, probably about 2,500 square feet on the top 2 floors, with an unknown amount of space underground if they had basements. I remembered that stops 1 and 3 didn't have any houses visible from the bus stop, so this was the first time I got to see the houses. As I passed the houses, I decided to ask a few questions to the residents. Can someone who lives at stop 4 come up here for a moment? I have questions about the houses. A boy from the seat behind me came up. How much does it actually cost to live here? I asked. Before he could say anything else, I saw an old man with a cane slowly crossing the road. Rule 11 states, if you see a human on the road, run it over, even if it resembles a loved one. It is not human. I already had enough faith in the rules at this point to know that it was not human, but the screeching it made when I ran it over further enforced it. After a short pause, the boy answered my question. $50 a month for me, at least. And yes, we have rules just as weird and terrifying as the ones in here. Oh wow, it's not as much of a bargain as it sounds. Anyone who lives here is either extremely poor or oblivious to what they're getting themselves into. Most of the cost is paid with the mental and sometimes physical trauma that comes with living here. I've heard stories about places like this, and it's definitely not worth it. I doubt you could report any of this to the police or some other authority. My family actually did have to call 911 once. We told the operator that some dude with a gun was in our house, and nobody believed the officers that showed up and forced it. The creature that terrorizes the residents stopped to retreat back to the forest. Maybe we could tell you our story sometime. Maybe. I'm going back to my seat now. My name, Dylan, by the way. Nice meeting you, Dylan. I do like to hear your stories about your life here sometime. Dylan was about to return to his seat when he noticed something. Oh crap. Rule 9. He yelled. Rule 9 states, if you see a creature on your right running parallel to your bus, do not, under any circumstances, open any doors or windows. While it will always run at the speed of your bus, you can confuse it by constantly accelerating and decelerating. Doing that may allow you to get into a position to run it over. This is the only known way to stop it. I looked to the right, and I saw it running beside the bus doors. A creature running on all fours. It was like a brute version of the creatures in the cruiser. Its arms and legs were nearly identical, and it was running like a horse. The bus was going 40 miles per hour at this point, a very appropriate speed for this road. I sped up, but so did it. Dylan quickly ran back to his seat as the bus was starting to become unstable as I drove way too fast for this road, now at over 80 miles per h. The thing was still beside the door and had been since I spotted it. I slowed down, but the creature did decelerate as quickly. Now at 60 miles per h, I aimed the bus right at it and ran it over as the creature attempted to slow down. While I could celebrate, I saw a pair of taillights. As the vehicle slowed down, the taillights brightened. They saw me, and this wasn't anything small either. It was a semi-truck. The truck slowed all the way down to 20 miles per hour, forcing me to do the same. I knew the driver was planning something, but I still had no idea what was going on. My questions were soon answered as a bright light was reflected off the left mirror, darting around the front of the bus, looking for my eyes. But with the 40-foot trailer behind the truck, this made the precision required for hypnosis incredibly difficult. They quickly realized this wasn't going to work and stopped. As I followed the truck, we brainstormed ideas on how to defeat the thing, even citing past experiences with large vehicles like this one. But to my right, above the forest, I saw something unnatural: the mansion. It was at least 2 floors taller than the forest, and very large horizontally as well. I didn't know how to describe the building other than saying it reminded me of a woodland mansion from Mi'kmaq, with the way it was surrounded by the forest and its dimensions. The mansion gave me an idea. Hey, guys, are the mansion owners allied with the creature driving the truck? I don't think so, replied Emily. I rarely see them interacting. If they do, it is usually hostile, though they not as aggressive as they are to us. Oh, good. You're going to make the mansion owners attack the truck, aren't you? I heard Dylan say. Exactly. Just get as far away from the truck as you can so they don't see you too, replied Dylan. All right, I turned off my lights once we were about 500 feet away from the mansion. The truck driver looked back at us through the mirror for a few seconds. The light illuminated the cab as if the driver was trying to say, I know you're still back there, you idiot. As we slowly approached the mansion, I let the bus slow down so I could gain some distance from the truck. I did touch the air brakes to avoid being heard by the truck driver. It may have known I was still behind it, but it did know how far away I was. I was about 200 feet away. The bus was down to 2 miles per hour. I pulled the parking brake, causing the bus to come to a halt silently. The truck was oblivious to what I was doing and was still going forward very slowly for some reason. It seemed that it was trying to stall me until reinforcements arrived. We all got our sunglasses to protect our eyes from what was about to happen, ready to put them on at any moment. The moment the trucker lights struck the road in front of the mansion, it happened. For a split second, I saw the light at full force. My vision was already being obstructed by spots, as if I had been staring at the sun for several minutes. Even with the sunglasses, it still bothered my eyes to look at it. The lights swarmed the truck like bees that had their hive disturbed. While the owners were distracted, I put the bus into reverse and floored it. The sound of the engine got the attention of the truck driver, but it wasn't able to turn around or reverse very quickly due to the trailer, so it ended up having to go forward to flee the owners now that the truck was gone. I went back into drive and continued down the road, though not very quickly. To avoid catching up with the truck, I slowed down even more to get a better look at the now vacant building. The front of the mansion had wooden walls with a concrete base. There was a hole in the front with many equally sized rooms, each with one window across the walls. Each room was illuminated by light bulbs on chandeliers. The rooms had a wide variety of contents. Some looked natural, some looked weird, and some were disturbing. One room looked like a kitchen, one like a bedroom, One was almost completely filled with a pile of wires. One was a prison cell. One had dozens of black cats inside, and one had a floor covered in spikes with doll heads on them. How original! The room full of cats caused me to stop the bus. "Why is there a room full of cats?" I asked the students. "A room full of what?" "They have cats," Dylan replied, who was in the seat directly behind me. "I don't think we have ever gotten a good look at the mansion before. This is the first time someone managed to distract the owners," another student replied. I pulled the parking brake and got out of my seat. "I want to investigate the cat room," I told the students. "Go to the window, but don't enter the mansion. Just don't," the same student from earlier replied. "Wait, hold on. What's your name?" I asked the anonymous student. "Oh, I'm Caleb, all right. Good to know." I then did what Caleb said. I positioned the bus so that the doors were right next to the window of the cat room. I got out and peered into the room. Cats were everywhere, very malnourished, and the smell was rough. There was an island literally made of crap in the center. Definitely not okay. I grabbed a rock and smashed the window several times until it split in half. I could have used the gun, but I didn't want to waste any bullets or attract unwanted attention. Dylan, Emily, and 2 other students came out to help. Once the glass pane shattered, we kept hitting concentrated spots until we had created a hole large enough for the cats to get through. As soon as we pointed this out to them, the cats rushed out to freedom. Whatever they were going to get themselves into in this forest was a better fate than whatever the owners were doing with them in there. The wire room was one room away from the cat room, with the prison cell in between the two. I walked over to investigate. "I could probably get a few $1,000 for all that copper here," I pointed out to the students. "Will we get any of it?" Dylan asked. "I give you each some for helping me retrieve it, but I've take most of it as compensation for what I had to put up with today. $20 an hour is cutting it." I also had the rest of the students come out to help me with stealing the wire, promising a small portion of what I was going to get for them. I broke the window with the rock and made a small hole the size of a fist. You know, it would be a lot easier if someone goes inside the mansion and... "No," every student replied at once. "Okay, never mind then." We continued to bash in the window until the hole was big enough to climb through. We managed to load all the wires into the bus before the owners returned. Even if they did return before we were done, we had already set up a place to hide. The students then organized the wire once we were back on the road. As I was about to arrive at stop 5, I saw the owners returning from their mission. I quickly put on my sunglasses as I floored the bus and blindly drove through the light. However, the owners were not interested in me and continued their journey home. It seems that they only attacked those who disturbed them, and somehow driving by their mansion does that. They still had no idea that I'd have freed their cats and stolen their wire, and even when they found out, they do have no idea who did it. I arrived at stop 5 a minute later and dismissed Caleb and 4 other students. This bus stop was similar to stop 4, with very similar houses as well. I still had 7 students on the bus. As I had skipped stops 2 and 4, I knew what I had to do. Rule 13 states, if any students are still on the bus, once you pass all 5 stops, go back to the front of the road and try again. Keep doing this until all students have reached their stops, or if you get too tired to continue. My gosh, you know you're going to have to drive down this road again, right? Dylan asked. Yeah, I know. Hey, at least this time you'll be more prepared. You know there, a fake bus stop between stops 1 and 2, and you know the mansion is between stops 4 and 5. This doesn't refresh every time you go down the road. Unlike the Rule 3 road in the dead end, All right, I go back and do another round. As I continued down the road, I found the semi-truck, or what was left of it. I parked the bus next to the truck to get a better look at it. The truck seemed to have crashed straight into a tree instead of turning for the curve. The trailer walls were partially melted, causing the roof to collapse onto the burning wooden crates inside. The body of the truck was completely destroyed, with only the chassis and engine block still recognizable. In the melting remains of the cab, I saw the charred skeleton of the driver. It's terrifying to think that could have been me. Holy crap, a student muttered Dylan, and I got out of the bus and walked to the side of the truck to further investigate what had happened here. Looking at the vague remains of the truck, I determined that the skeleton was in the bed at the back of the cab. I theorized that the owner's blinding light caused the driver to be unable to see the road and was therefore unaware of the curve. After the crash, the driver hid in the back of the truck in the fetal position as the owners brightened their lights to the point that the heat literally melted the steel body of the truck. This, combined with the fuel tanks that were set on fire, burned the driver to the point where it was just a skeleton. "Why are we looting this one too?" Dylan asked. "I don't think there's anything valuable. That ten's still intact. I'm just investigating what the heck happened here." "Look, man, I'm just as horrified as you are. I've heard of disappearances relating to the mansion owners, but I've never seen what happened to them. The rules were just updated accordingly." Then we returned to the bus and continued down the road. I found the end of the road and made a left turn onto Route 3, intending to go back to the beginning of Old Stage Road. Not long after I got on the road, I heard a student scream, "What the hell?" She was interrupted by her own choking. "Michael, stop the bus now," Dylan instructed, as if I was already doing that. I got out of my seat and looked back to see several students fighting a wire that was strangling a student. The wires had come to life and were crawling around like snakes. We evacuated the bus, and I locked the doors, hoping they could unlock them. Once we were outside, I freed the student from the wire that was choking her. I then inspected the wire and saw the copper bending and contorting on its own. The wires were fiddling around in the driver's seat, but they could not start the bus because I had the keys. "Now what?" a student asked. "I could call 911, I replied. "Man, what are you going to tell them? That we've been attacked by copper snakes?" Dylan asked rhetorically. I paused for a moment before I had an idea. I dialed 911. 911, what are your emergency? "There are these snake things on my bus. I managed to trap them all inside, but I can get rid of them." "And what are your address?" "I'm on Route 3, near the spot where Old Stage Road emerges under the highway." "Okay, sir, we have sent animal control to deal with the situation. Can you stay on the line for me?" "Yeah, I can." I was interrupted by the engine roaring to life. "Sir, what is going on?" The bus accelerated and drove into a guardrail on the side of the road at an angle, and was pushed back onto the road by the guardrail. The bus continued accelerating as fast as it could while scraping against the guardrail to guide it down the highway. "Right, so the snakes just hijacked the bus?" Dylan spoke for me. The operator tried her best to stay professional, but could avoid letting out a chuckle about how ridiculous this situation was. "Okay, we're going to deal with that as well. What direction is the bus going?" "It ain't going east, but it be scraping against the guardrail to guide it down the road." "All right, sir. We dispatched several units to close the road until the runaway vehicle has stopped. Do you need a ride?" "Yes, ma'am, but there are 8 of us." "I'm a school bus driver." "That fine. We can dispatch 3 units to take you to your destination." "Oh, okay, thank you. You welcome, sir." A few minutes later, 3 police cars arrived. I told the officers to take us back to the bus yard. As we drove down the highway, we found the bus. The wires had figured out how to use the steering wheel, but still had no idea what they were doing. They were swerving all over the road, attempting not to scrape against the guardrail. I don't think they had any other perception of reality outside of touch. Multiple police cruisers and even a SWAT truck were chasing the bus at this point. It seemed that police from nearby towns were called in to help with this pursuit. Once we had passed the bus, the officer in the vehicle I was in interviewed me as we traveled to our destination. "Sir, how did these snakes get into your bus?" "I was at a bus stop when they somehow snuck in and tried to choke one of my students. We had to evacuate the bus so I could free the student from the snake that was strangling her." I partially lied. "Why did you and your students evacuate the bus?" "I didn't want to be attacked by the snakes. As I fought the snake that was strangling one of my students, there were like 50 of them. If I stayed in there, all of us probably would have been strangled to death." We arrived at the bus yard a few minutes later. The officers and I went to the guard. The officers then turned around and drove back to help pursue the bus. "Hey, guard, in me again." The guard paused whatever he was doing on his phone and studied me for a moment. "Oh, hey, Michael, where is the bus?" "Oh, it was stolen by copper snakes." "Yeah, of course they did. These jobs are weird as heck." "Wait, you too." "Yeah, come in. I want to show you something." The guard unlocked the thick steel door and invited us in. The shack had a desk against the back wall, an office chair facing the table, while also being next to the window on the wall to the left. Above the desk was a wall of 6 monitors on the back wall, each displaying the input of a camera somewhere in the yard. The desk had a laptop on it in front of 2 of the monitors, though those monitors could be seen if the laptop was closed. The shack was large enough for all of us to fit inside, though it was still a bit cramped. He picked up the paper I saw him look at when I first got here. Rules for Spotsylvania bus yard guarding. You must follow these rules when guarding the bus yard. We cannot ensure your safety if you break any of these rules. Only the following people are permitted to enter the bus yard: Edward Spotswood, Sarah Evergreen, James Wilson, Michael Thompson. If someone arrives who identifies as someone on this list, hold them at gunpoint until they leave, or you have to shoot them to defend yourself. If a bus or other vehicle in the yard starts its engine for no reason, close the metal shades on the window and wait until it turns off. It may attempt to accelerate, but all buses and vehicles should be in park, so this won't work. Do not under any circumstances make your presence known until the engine stops, if one of the monitors starts showing static. Smash it with the crowbar we provided for you, if possible. If you are currently experiencing Rule 2 at the same time, unplug the power strip all the monitors are powered by and get as far away from the monitor as you can without exiting the shack. Keep track of which monitor was showing static earlier, such as putting a sticky note on it. Once Rule 2 ends, smash the monitor before turning the rest of them back on at any time. A man may show up thinking your shack is a snack bar. Give him something to eat, or you be the snack. If you cannot give him a snack due to Rule 2, call us and continue hiding until we've dealt with the situation if the sun turns red. Don't look at the sky for a prolonged period of time. You won't die, but the red sun will literally destroy your retinas if you look at it for more than a few seconds. The same may happen if you look at the sky, though it will take a little longer. Both of these are safe to look at through a camera, and pictures taken of the sky or sun cannot harm you, but they can damage the camera, similar to how they can damage your eyes. Doc sleep on the job. Just don't. If you get too tired to continue your shift, alert us, and we'll send someone to take your shift. Only leave once your replacement has arrived. Do not trust your peripheral vision if this happens. If you see a shadow figure roaming the nearby area, pretend that it does not exist. Do not let it know that it has physically entered our world at around 3 a.m. Your mother may show up and ask you about your job. She'd look like she does in the present, but if she dead, she'd look like she did shortly before her death. If you're adopted, your biological mother will show up and act like she knows you. If this happens, pretend you don't know her and tell her to get out. After I read it, the students took turns reading the rules for themselves. As we were doing this, my bus showed up. It took a while to get here, as it kept hitting things along the way, and the bus was still being chased by several police cruisers and the SWAT tow truck. We got out of the shack and watched as the wires completely ignored the nearby curve and drove into a tree. They then turned the steering wheel as far right as it could go before reversing into the same tree again. The bus accelerated forward, swerving all over the place as it drove across the road and right through the fence, only stopping when it struck one of the buses. The wires paused for a moment before they were about to continue their reckless journey. However, the hood was still open from when the engine was disabled by the creatures from Old Stage Road. So one of the officers pulled out a shotgun and shot the engine repeatedly, the most American thing I've ever seen. This actually worked, as one of the bullets sliced the serpentine belt, causing the bus to lose several important functions. The wires reversed back onto the road in a straight line, as they no longer had power steering. They continued driving, but it couldn't do much due to the lack of power steering, and the engine eventually overheated and stopped right before it struck that same tree again, this time causing it to fall over and collapse onto the roof of the bus. As the wires were trying to figure out what was going on, the officers investigated the bus, the guard, the students, and I got closer now that the bus could no longer run us over. The officer who had interviewed me earlier saw us approach the bus. "You call these things snakes?" he asked me rhetorically. "If I told you my bus was stolen by giant copper worms, you would not have believed me," I replied. "Yeah, good point. So now I don't know. They seem stuck in there, so we might just leave them there and tow the bus." I was about to reply when the officer radio received a message. "Philip, an armored truck got on the road and is going westbound towards your location. Sarah, weren't you blocking one of the entrances to the road?" "Yeah, but the vehicle drove over my car and got on the road." "It that big? I think it did one of those marauders from that Top Gear episode." The rest of the officers were now gathered around Philip to hear what Sarah was saying. "I was not in the car, though. I was telling the driver why the road was closed when he drove over my car, right after I told him why." "All right, copy that." Philip ended the call. "Yeah, you know what she said. Use your vehicles and the bus to form a barricade. This one stopped the truck, but it'd delay it long enough to open fire on it." The truck eventually showed up, and it was indeed a black marauder. The marauder was being chased by even more police cars. A police helicopter was hovering far above us now. The car barricade would stand no chance against the marauder. The truck stopped, coming to a halt a few yards from the barricade, not because the barricade would stop it, but because the driver found what he was looking for, the bus. It was clear that the driver was looking for the wires, implied by how swiftly he got on the road after Sarah informed him why the road was closed. The officers took one look at the vehicle and knew they were screwed. The helicopter descended and hovered next to the marauder, but it got too close and started being shot at by a man in the passenger seat. I noticed that it was actually a news helicopter, which explained why it did that. One of the officers called the dispatcher. "We going to need backup. Send in the U.S. military. There ain't no way we can force the driver to get out." The driver got on, the trucking intercom. "This is the Red Moth Auction Hall. One of our clients reported an item stolen. We are here to retrieve it." Another officer grabbed a megaphone from her car to join the amplified shouting match. "Sir, that does not justify running over an officer vehicle and evading me." "Yes, it does. You would understand." While this was happening, a blue 2010 S Ford pickup, along with a police cruiser escorting it, arrived at the bus yard from Courthouse Road. The truck drove through the hole created by the bus and stopped beside us, and the officer in the police cruiser went to join whatever was happening at the intersection. An old man was inside the truck. Despite his age, he stepped out of the truck with ease. "First day, huh?" he asked me. The guard and I stared at him in confusion. The student stared at us, giving us a look that said, "Wait, you don't know this guy?" After an awkward moment of silence, the man identified himself. "I'm Edward Spotswood, the dude who hired you. Sorry about that." Not knowing who this guy was, a million questions went through my head. But before I could ask any of those questions, the driver of the Marauder opened his door to throw grenades at the officers. But he made a fatal mistake. Either he didn't notice us standing 20 feet away, or he didn't expect us to intervene. That and when I leapt into action. I grabbed the guard in hand and we ran to the truck. Edward pulled out his firearm and joined us. The driver noticed us and quickly threw the grenades he had already activated, then tried to close the door. But before he was able to, I managed to get my left wrist stuck between the door and the wall of the truck, stopping the door from being closed. The driver attempted to repeatedly slam the door on my wrist, hoping I would remove it because of the pain, but I did. While this was happening, the guard and Edward opened fire at the driver. About half the bullets struck the door, but the other half managed to get into the cab, and most of those hit the driver. We ripped the door out of the dead man grip, and I climbed into the truck to unbuckle his seatbelt, so we could remove the body from the seat. But when I climbed into the truck, I found another man in the passenger seat with the exact same attire as the driver, which seemed to be a black version of what the U.S. Army wears. I noticed that he had a rifle, so I was forced to shoot him to avoid being shot myself. All of this happened in less than 10 seconds. The grenades the driver threw earlier landed behind the barricade and blew up, injuring several officers. Some of the surviving officers attended to the injured ones, while the rest came over to the Marauder to inspect it. The three of us returned to the yard where the kids were. Shortly after the officers had entered the Marauder, the back door was opened, and 8 men rushed out of the truck. They all had the same attire as the 2 in the front, and 3 of them had briefcases for some reason. 5 officers chased them on foot. We all thought this was the end, as none of them had any weapons, or at least we thought. The ones with the briefcases stopped for a moment and threw their briefcases at the officers. One of them managed to strike an officer, knocking him to the ground. But the briefcases had another use besides being a projectile. As the officers passed them, they detonated, causing a massive explosion. Chunks of the briefcase were flung outward, functioning as shrapnel. One of them hit Dylan. 2 hit the girl who was being strangled by the wire earlier. 1 hit Emily, and 2 more hit Edward and me. Luckily, we all survived with minor injuries. When the smoke cleared, we saw the scene that lay before us. The Marauder suffered very little damage, and the busted body was heavily damaged, but still intact, including the windows. The windshield was struck by 4 briefcase chunks, leaving spiderweb cracks where they collided with the windshield. The body of the police cars was ripped apart from the force of the explosion, and the fuel tanks were spilling gasoline all over the road. Even the traffic lights at the intersection were bent. 7 ambulances arrived from Courthouse Road, intending to treat the officers injured by the grenade explosion, but they found far more than they had bargained for. In a dark twist of irony, there were still enough ambulances to transport the surviving officers to the hospital. Out of the 8 men in the back of the Marauder, 5 survived with minor injuries. The other 3 were dead or seriously injured. All 7 of the kids hid in the guard shack as the guard, Edward and I, approached the group with our weapons drawn. As soon as they saw us, the healthy ones dropped their injured comrades and fled down Route 3 on foot in the same direction the Marauder came from. The 3 of us chased them and managed to shoot all 5 of them. We walked back to the yard and saw a man talking with the paramedics. "What do you mean the snack bar is right there? What do you mean, it'er not open crap?" They did know Rule 4, which states, "At any time, a man may show up thinking your shack is a snack bar. Give him something to eat, or you'd be the snack. If you cannot give him a snack due to Rule 2, call us and continue hiding until we've dealt with the situation." We continued approaching the ambulances, but tried not to attract the man attention. "Sir, we paramedics, we do not have a snack bar." A paramedic said. The man went from annoyed to angry. His voice became incredibly deep and demonic. "Give me a snack right now." The paramedic stared at the man, very confused at what just happened. The man's fingernails grew incredibly quickly and transformed into claws in the process. He used his Wolverine-like hands to attack the man, peeling off a thick and large chunk of his forearm. The paramedic ran off, screaming in agony due to being literally skinned alive. The man's fingernails broke off, and he returned to normal. "Thanks. Have a nice day," he said, as if he had just bought this chunk of human flesh from a snack bar. He left in the direction he seemed to have come from. Several shadow figures appeared near him and wandered aimlessly. Rule 7 states, if you see a shadow figure roaming the nearby area, pretend that it doesn't exist. Do not let it know that it has physically entered our world. I walked up to the paramedics to inform them of Rule 7. Luckily, they complied. As they all witnessed what happens if you break Rule 4, the paramedics continued loading the injured officers into the ambulances, with the one that was skinned alive joining them. Then, a heavy-duty tow truck, going way too fast for Courthouse Road, bashed through two of the ambulances that were in its way while making a sharp right turn into the left lane of Route 3, almost flipping over in the process. This truck was definitely able to tow the bus, and that is exactly what they did. The truck reversed to the bus, and two men got out, almost identical to the 10 in the Marauder, and quickly hooked up the bus to the tow cable. The men got back into the truck and sped off in the direction the truck was facing. This all happened within 15 seconds. The paramedics were about to nope out of there, but the men in the tow truck didn't have time to attack them. Both of the ambulances that were damaged were still drivable. One of the paramedics was injured by the truck-in crash, having been run over by his own ambulance, and had to be transported to the hospital by his co-workers. He is expected to make a full recovery of the 17 officers at this war zone. Only 7 survived. All 5 of the officers pursuing the men were blown to bits due to being so close to the explosion. The 3 officers inside the Marauder at the time of the explosion survived with virtually no injuries. 7 officers were injured by the grenades. Out of them, 4 were declared dead at the scene, 2 died on the way to the hospital, and only 1 survived. She is severely injured, but is expected to make a full recovery. Out of the 4 officers attending to the injured 7, 1 died at the scene, 1 was critically injured, and the other 2 survived with minor injuries, as they were behind the bus at the time. The one who was critically injured is also expected to make a full recovery. I don't know where the other 6 officers were at the time of the explosion, but they all died at the scene when interviewed. I told them what happened and explained that I said snakes because they would believe me if I told the truth. The only difference is that I said a pile of copper wires was next to a bus stop, and they invaded the bus. The students all told the same lie. Edward, the guard, and the surviving officers backed my story, saying there were wires in the bus. None of us were charged with anything, and the 3 of us who raided the Marauder were praised for our bravery. While 10 of the men died at the scene, their bodies could be identified. The Marauder was impounded by the police, and its license plate revealed that the vehicle was registered under the name Alfred Cornell, with the address being somewhere in Maine. When the police went to that location, they found an empty lot in a semi-remote location with nothing on it other than a brick wall that was 20 feet long, 8 feet tall, and 1 foot wide. The tow truck and my bus were never seen again. For now, at least, Edward tried to track down the bus, but its tracker was disabled somehow. The news station that tried to film the massacre was ordered by the federal government to delete the limited footage they had captured and to never speak of this until further notice. The rest of us who witnessed the event were essentially given ND as by the government. The family members of the dead officers were given large settlements. The surviving officers had their medical bills paid for and were given a smaller settlement for their troubles. The 7 students who didn't make it to their stop were taken care of by Edward, his wife, and his 3 middle-aged children until they could be returned home. Edward told me that I was actually being paid $20 an hour. The ad was only listed that way to not attract unwanted attention. I was actually being paid at $200 an hour, and he gave me a $1,000 bonus for my troubles today. The garden wage was also multiplied by 10, and he also got a $1,000 bonus. I told Edward what actually happened, and we now have a 14th rule for the bus drivers. Do not steal from the mansion owners because they will find you, and they will do whatever it takes to get their stuff back. Blue Mist's Grasp. In the frozen hush of the high Sierra, where greed had cracked the earth wide open, a blue mist uncoiled from the shadows like veins of poisoned gold. It carried no scent of pine or snow, only the faint, wet rasp of something ancient and ravenous stirring awake, and in its wake the first scream tore through the night. Not human, not anymore. The sheriff stood in the cabin doorway, holding a handkerchief to his nose and mouth, choking back his breakfast. The smell was beyond putrid. It had only been a few months since he became sheriff of Coloma, and he was no stranger to dead bodies or the smell of death. But this one, well, this one took the cake. The corpse, which some panner had discovered a few days ago, was in the middle of decomposition. Somewhere inside the gloomy, single-room structure, he stepped off the porch, fanning his face with his flat black crown hat, trying to give himself some relief from the now hot spring day. He perched his shoulder on one of the 6 rudimentary graves just outside, cherishing the fresh air now filling his nostrils. "What did you find?" the scruffy old man asked. He was wearing a pair of suspenders and a straw hat, pacing and waiting patiently. "Well, I ain't done yet, but far as I could tell, someone shot 3 times directly through the door from the inside. 1 rifle, 2 shotgun blasts, by the look of them." "And you said the door was nailed up from the inside when you got in?" he asked, his stomach beginning to settle down. "Sure was window too. I had to break down the door just to get in." "I wish I hadn't," he remarked, scratching the back of his neck. "Well, because of the circumstances, I am going to forget about the fact that you technically broke in. I need to get in there and see what happened," he said. Reapplying the handkerchief to his face, he walked back towards the cabin. Stepping back up to the doorway, he entered, and inside it was dark, but from the light entering the doorway there was just enough to see 2 tables, a couple of bunk beds, one being partially disassembled, a stove, a large rug tossed aside revealing a hatch framed in the floor, and a chest resting on its side. These were the only things of note, but there, in the corner, lay what he assumed had been a man. The body was draped in a dirty, stained bedsheet, a large black pool of ooze forming around it. He stepped up to the sheet, trying his best to avoid the black sludge on the ground, and grabbing the cleanest corner, tore it off and threw it aside. The half-skeletal figure had large chunks of rotting meat still clinging to its face and ribcage. The arms and neck were completely barren of flesh, and only dull white bones remained. He turned and dry heaved slightly off to the side of the body. After a few minutes of heaving, he regained his composure and walked to the boarded single window. He inspected it, and finding that the boards were intact and securely nailed to the wall, began prying them off, letting in more light. After dismantling the improvised bed frame barricade, he made his way back over to the body, looking as best as he could for any obvious signs of injury. He examined the remains, but with the body being so decomposed, he was unable to find anything conclusive, and after investigating the corpse and finding nothing of note, he turned and looked back at the interior. There was plenty of firewood, so the man hadn't frozen to death, even though the winter had been particularly harsh that year. He opened the chest, finding a few days' worth of spoiled food inside, as well as a generous amount of gold dust kept inside an old mason jar. He hadn't starved, and, with all the snow, a creek only a few hundred feet from the cabin, chances were he hadn't died of thirst either. On top of the mason jar rested a small folded piece of paper. He grabbed it and unfolded it to reveal a bank receipt. Thomas Jeremiah Higgins, recipient for 84 ounces of gold, dated the 14th of November, 1849, Coloma Bank. He mumbled to himself. He couldn't help but think he had heard those names before. The year was 1849, and the California gold rush was in full swing. Thousands of families were selling everything they had, loading up on a wagon, and heading west to strike it rich. In total, more than 300,000 people would relocate their entire lives to California in search of the yellow metal that drove men to do desperate and dangerous things. Thomas Higgins, Jefferson Moore, and Joseph Gallagher were young and full of hope that they too would have their chance to strike it rich. Thomas, simply Tom, as his friends would call him, was 21 years old and had just finished law school. Jeff and Joe were both 22 and had been working at the local coal mine in their town of Petersburg, West Virginia, for the past 6 years. They had been friends with Tom since grade school, but instead of attending a higher learning school like Tom, they decided to start working to help support their families. The boys would meet at least once a week at their favorite tavern to talk and catch up, and in the last few months the same conversation was always centered around either the gold rush happening in California or the civil unrest that was starting to brew between the North and South. "I am telling you, Tom, we need to get out there. Get some of this gold before half the country moves out there and takes it all," Jeff said after draining the rest of his mug. "I don't know, Jeff. I just finished law school. Haven't even gotten a reply from any of the courts I put my application to." "Tom," replied gingerly, swirling the last few sips of beer in his glass, "I know, and it's bloomin' perfect. I'll think about it. We go out there and start prospecting. If we hit it rich, why, he ain't got nothing to worry about. Not if we strike out. You could go to work for a court or law firm out there, I am sure, with all the influx of people and their desperate need of men such as yourself, me, and Jeff. Well, we could just sign on to another outfit that hit gold and make enough to scrape by," Jeff replied, gesturing wildly. "Yeah, you got nothing to worry about, bud," like Jeff said. "If we hit it rich, woo, you win. If we strike out, no, you could be a lawyer or a judge or whatever it is that you do. And not to mention tea. Here is a lot of angst going on between the North and the South right now. If it keeps up much longer, there might be some fighting. I don't like the idea of me getting tossed in a uniform and mixed up in a squabble between the government and enriched farmers down south," Joe finished. Jeff got up and went back to the counter to get a fresh round of drinks. Tom thought about it for a moment. "Look, if you want to come, wow, that's fantastic. Jeff and I are leaving in 2 weeks. I already talked it over with our families and, well, we're kind of set on it. Talked to her friend of mine that runs the caravans out that way. And he got us a passage for free if we guard the shipment of supplies he's sending out that way," Joe said in a subdued tone. Jeff returned to the table and passed tankards around. Tom sat silently weighing his options. After what seemed like an hour, Jeff nudged Tom's arm. "So, what'll it be? Move out to California and maybe strike it rich? Or be cooped up in some stuffy courtroom, combing over old books for 10 years before sitting out at the judge's podium?" Jeff asked. Tom glanced down at his beer, then picked it up, as if to toast. "I suppose one of you bastards got a rifle I could borrow for this trip out there?" he asked, smirking slightly. The other two roared with laughter and raised their glasses to him. The next 2 weeks were spent gathering supplies and selling all their belongings they would not be able to take along on the trip. By the time the stagecoach had left, the 3 men had managed to acquire a large canvas tent, 3 sleeping rolls, 3 rifles, 3 canteens, a shovel, 2 picks, 3 pans, a various set of cookware that included a good-sized Dutch oven, 3 backpacks, and a total of $231 between the three of them. They boarded the coach at noon on the 3rd of June, 1849, and their journey to California, which would take almost 2 months, began. 6 wagons carried the cargo of the caravan that consisted of almost 1 ton of salt, 500 pounds of soap, 200 gallons of Kentucky whiskey, and about 50 pairs of pants in various sizes. An older man named Charles was the lead stagecoach driver of the caravan, who rode at the front with a shotgun locked in a rifle rest by his left foot. He had made the trip out to Coloma, California, nearly half a dozen times in the last 4 years, and was what you would call a grizzled veteran of the trail. He showed the boys some useful bushcraft skills while sitting around the campfire at night, but they would later find them invaluable, and after 2 months in a relatively uneventful trip, they had finally made it to Coloma, the mecca of all American gold miners. The boys thanked Charles for his help and for the ride and wished him good luck on his return trip. Charles wished them well and began rolling down the street to the dry goods store to offload his cargo. Now, the town was a little more than a main street with a handful of permanent structures, including the dry goods store, a saloon, the prospecting office, the town government building, and a bank. Everywhere else, mud and soot-stained canvas tents blotted the small clearing, looking as if an army had invaded and set up camp. Hundreds of people bustled around the encampment, carrying supplies, playing poker, or staggering back from the saloon. The smell of campfire smoke, urine, and sour vomit hung in the air as thick as the morning fog, causing the boys' eyes to water and their stomachs to churn. And as they made their way down the muddy and rutted dirt road, they passed a man in stained overalls that smelled even worse than he looked. The wretch shot the boys a scowling glare, unbuttoned his fly, and began pissing directly in the middle of the road. They cringed and continued towards the prospecting office with slightly more haste. This was not at all what they had imagined when talking about the gold rush. Upon reaching the office, all three of them had talked and decided that they needed to get as far away from the cesspool town as possible. They walked up and were greeted by a short, fat man sitting behind the counter. Behind him was a huge map of the surrounding area that had tacks with strips of paper attached to them, indicating where people had made claims. The men told the clerk their full names, paid the $3 fee, and soon they each possessed a prospecting permit. "Now then, where would you like to stake your claim?" he said, gesturing on the map. The three of them had no clue where to go or what looked like good terrain, and eventually they settled on a small river about 10 miles from Coloma. There were a few claims made along it, but for the most part it was fairly empty. After having their own pins stuck on the map, the clerk informed them that the first claim was free, but if they wanted to move, it would be a $5 charge. The men left the prospecting office and headed to the dry goods store, where they saw the wagons they had rode on being offloaded. They guessed Charles was at the saloon getting something to eat and drink. They entered the dry goods store and began perusing for some last-minute supplies. They couldn't believe the prices of some of the items in the store. The picks that they had bought in West Virginia had only cost $1.05, but here they were almost $4. There was also a second price that read, due 1/16 of an ounce. They assumed that you could buy supplies and just straight gold, and finally, after about 20 minutes of shopping, they walked out of the store with a map, compass, a fishing pole, a second shovel, a small tent stove, and 5 pounds of bacon. The items had cost them dearly at a price of $40. They were thankful that they had purchased most of their supplies back in West Virginia. The next stop they made was at the only stable in town. They walked in and asked what horses the stable master had for sale. He walked them outside, and they saw about 10 horses all lined up. They asked how much for one, and their jaws dropped when they heard him say $300 per each horse. with only about 150 left after their trip and the purchases made at the dry goods store and prospecting office. There was no way they had enough for one, let alone 3 horses. Jeff looked back behind the stables, saw an older mule hitched to a post. "How much for the mule?" he asked, pointing to the old beast of burden. "Well, that there is Bess," the stable master groaned. "She's ornery and stubborn as hell, more likely to bite you than haul your gear. And if you really want her, I could give her to you for, I don't know, $100. The 3 boys conversed for a moment before turning back to the stable master and telling him he had a deal. The stable master, somewhat surprised that they went for the deal, offered to throw in some saddlebags for free and made a note to mention there were no refunds. The boys walked out with a slightly irritated old mule now in tow. They loaded their bulkier items in the saddlebags with only slight protests from Bess and set out for their new prospecting site. It was almost 10 miles, and they would be lucky if they made it by nightfall. They set out and snacked on some of the bison jerky while they trekked through the pine forest. It was the middle of August, but because they were at a much higher elevation and there was almost no humidity, it was relatively cool. They had a good time, even walking up and down the steep hills, and by the time the sun was setting, they were setting up their camp next to the small creek. It took a few days, but they finally began seeing some gold flakes in their pans. Another week, and they had begun finding a handful of small nuggets. They lived off the land, either catching fish in the stream or hunting the deer and rabbits that inhabited the woods. The prospectors near them were friendly and imparted some wisdom, enabling the boys to find more gold, and soon they had almost 50 ounces of the gold dust contained in an old mason jar. The other prospectors also told them of a place up near the Rubicon River that supposedly had more gold than any man could carry. They wouldn't go up that way because it was nearly 60 miles away. It would almost take a week to get there. And they also said that the prospectors that came back from there were, well, they just weren't right. And after a few weeks, they had begun panning less and less gold out of the stream and decided to take a trip back into town to get supplies and change to a different prospecting site. It had been a month since they got to Coloma, and the place only looked worse, more tents, more people, and much more filth. The road was now just a river of mud and waste that people avoided. The dry goods store had run out of almost everything. The stable master luckily had 4 horses left and decided 10 ounces of gold per age horse was a suitable trade. The price of gold at the exchange office in the bank was about $18 per ounce, and they had more buying power by just using gold instead of using stamped silver or paper. So they bought with gold instead. They walked into the prospecting office, and the clerk asked them how they were doing. After chatting for a bit, he asked if they wanted to change their outlook. They answered yes, and looked at the map. The Rubicon River lay at the top right corner of the map, and only a few pins had been struck at the base of the river, where it formed Loon Lake. Rubicon River. Jeff said, pointing to the top right corner. The clerk swiveled and looked to where he was pointing. He sucked air between his teeth as if grimacing from an injury. "Listen, you boys seem like good lads, so I'm going to tell you something. That river," he said, pointing at the map, "has a lot of gold in it. But you see, prospectors that come back from there, well, if at all, they're different. Yeah, I was in the saloon one night when a man came storming in, half crazed. He jumped over the bar and grabbed a bottle of whiskey and began draining the thing. The bartender began yelling at him for payment. Well, that's when he slammed the nugget, the size of an egg, down on the counter and continued drinking. Well, I figured he was just celebrating, but after he had made his way to another table, I heard him telling his friends that he was going back home. Sure enough, he got up and left the next morning, heading straight for Pennsylvania." The boys talked it over for a minute, but the allure of nuggets the size of chicken eggs was all they could think about. Gold fever, the old-timers would call it. The desire for gold that would blind men to danger and even drive them to savagery to obtain it. The boys had gotten the taste of what could be had, and the only thing they could think about was how to get more of it. They decided against the wishes of the prospecting clerk and had him stick their pin at the base of the Rubicon River. They slept on the outskirts of Coloma that night, occasionally hearing gunshots off in the distance. Whether drunken celebration or someone being killed for the gold, they didn't know. Deciding it would be a good insurance policy, they slept in shifts, and it paid off. Around midnight, a man snuck quietly to their horses and began rifling through their saddlebags. Joe was on watch, told the man to stop and get the hell out of their camp. He was armed with a rifle and shouldered it, pointed directly at the man. He raised his hands and backed off into the dark. The next morning, the boys had broken down their camp by the time the sun was rising and decided to get out on the trail as soon as possible. The trip to the Rubicon River would take almost a week. Luckily, there was a fairly well-established trail leading north that the boys could take for the first half of the trip. The last 3 days, they would be taking a very small trail east to the base of the Rubicon River, where Loon Lake lay. The trip was straightforward enough, and the boys were grateful they were making it on horseback rather than walking. The farther from Coloma they got, the less people they saw, and as a result, the safer they felt. The gold rush they heard about a while back in West Virginia was nothing like the hell they had become a part of, and only when they were miles from any town did they feel safe enough to all sleep at night. On the fourth night, the boys had just bedded down for the evening, their fire still fairly bright, when they heard something not far off in the woods. Sticks were snapping softly, but the boys didn't pay much mind to it, because there were many deer in the area that became much more active at night. A low growl emanated from somewhere close in the inky blackness of the forest. This got the boys' attention, and they quickly scrambled out of their bedrolls and grabbed their rifles. For the next 5 minutes they sat looking at where the growl had come from. Each man had beads of sweat on their brows, despite it being a cool night. They heard some twigs behind them snap, and they wheeled around, rifles at the ready, and there, just at the edge of the darkness, 2 beady green eyes stared. Hatred seemed to emanate from them. The men stood frozen, staring back at the eyes and remembering that they were intruders in this land, but whatever was stalking them had been here much longer than they had been. A black nose came into the light, accompanied by a muzzle covered in brown fur. The face of a bear came into view that was larger than any they had ever seen. The boys were locked in fear. They weren't even sure that they could kill something that big. The bear, sensing their fear, decided to make the first move and stepped forward. It rose on its hind legs to a height of well over 8 feet tall and let out a bellow that chilled the 3 men to their bones. This bellow was what broke Jeff out of his stupor. He didn't even aim, but he did manage to pull the trigger, and a bright flash illuminated the camp. A sharp crack echoed through the mountains. The shot had grazed the animal, causing it to drop back down on all fours and charge towards Jeff. In a range, Jeff was the next one to fire and hit the beast high in its shoulder, causing it to lurch to one side and stagger as it was trying to regain its footing. It let out another ear-splitting roar and scowled at the men, but it was injured, and that gave Tom enough confidence to aim and fire his rifle. The round sailed true and buried itself squarely in the center of the bear's chest. A brisket shot, the bear dropped to the ground, but started getting back to its feet. After struggling for a moment, it relented and slumped to the ground on its stomach and began breathing in ragged, raspy gasps. Another 30 seconds in, it lay still. The next morning, they dressed the beast, cooked what meat they could, and smoked the rest for later. This would add on about a day to their trip, but their food for the next few weeks would be taken care of as they moved closer to their destination. The small goat trail they had been traveling on became very narrow, and soon sheer cliffs rose to over 100 feet on either side of the trail. They had come to a pass that was no wider than 10 feet, but extended several hundred yards before opening back up to the mountainous expanse. And finally, in the early evening of the 7th day, they saw the Loon Lake shore, and on the other side lay a peculiar sight, about 7 canvas tents all standing nearly touching each other in a tight, orderly formation. This was uncharacteristic, as most prospectors preferred to be far from one another, due to thievery or crowding on one another's prospecting sites. The boys made it to the other side of the lake and began setting up their tent when an older man with long silver hair and a bushy white beard walked over from the cabin about a quarter-mile off the shore of the lake. "But howdy, fellas," he said, coming to a stop about 20 feet from the other 3 men as they started to unpack their tent. An old Kentucky rifle rested in the crook of his elbow, but he didn't seem aggressive or threatening. The tone of his voice had been genuinely warm and inviting. "Ah, so you boys have decided to come up to the Valley of the Blue Mist. Try your luck, I see. Yeah. Well, I heard some rumors that the gold was good this way. Our other spot was pretty much dried up, so we figured we'd give it a shot," Jeff answered, unhinging his saddlebags. "Now listen, before you boys start setting up camp, why don't you come on over to the rest of the group and set up over there? Now, I know that Panners aren't usually so hospitable, and it might seem odd, but I can explain once we get over there. Robert and Mary are cooking up some mighty fine grub tonight, and usually they let newcomers eat in the house for the first time," the older man said, almost pleading. This caught the boys slightly off guard, but after a few moments of discussion, they figured the old man was being honest and friendly enough. They agreed to follow the man, who then introduced himself as Henry. Once their 2 other men met them and began helping them set up their tent, and by twilight they had finished and could smell something delicious wafting its way towards them from the chuck wagon sitting at the center of the camp. The other 6 men appeared from their tents and introduced themselves as they walked to the few small tables set up just outside the wagon. Robert and Mary were busy at work under the canvas canopy of the chuck wagon, preparing food for the men. Chili and cornbread were on the menu, and it smelled heavenly. The couple looked to be in their early 50s, but obviously knew their way around a camp kitchen. Soon, steaming bowls of chili and cornbread were being served. The taste was outstanding, and after dinner, Henry sat down with the boys, lit an old corncob pipe, and spoke to them. "So, you've had a chance to sit down, get to know everyone. We're all pretty honestly good folk. Now I have to warn you, boys, there is gold in this river up here, but by God, there are some rules that you need to follow if you want to stay safe while getting it. First, you never go anywhere alone. Should be easy enough for you lads. Second, you never go out at night, ever. And third, if you ever see the mist, you get inside as fast as you can, and you make your tent as airtight as you can. Light a fire and keep it burning until the mist is gone." His tone was low, almost a whisper, but serious as hell. The boys were quiet as the grave for a minute. The old man's goal had been to unnerve them. It sure had worked. Tom spoke up. "Now, sir, I don't mean no disrespect, but why? I mean, there are bears out here." "Could be bears, but I don't think so. Now, listen, some just trust me. Follow those rules, and you will bring home more gold than you know what to do with. Better yet, you'll be alive to spend it." Another prospector named Samuel walked up and interrupted the conversation. "Henry been telling you about the mist?" he asked, half chuckling. Samuel was obviously slightly intoxicated. "He told you he was piss drunk when he was coming back down that valley, right?" he followed up, now outright laughing. "Now, that's a load of hogwash." Samuel Henry shot back, slightly angry. "And I am sure there isn't an empty bottle of whiskey sitting at the top of that vow," Samuel retorted, as he took a drag off his hand-rolled cigarette. "All right, young whippersnapper, prove me wrong." Why don't you go take a walk there and tell me what you find in that fog?" Henry said, pointing to the moonlit bank of mist at the far end of the lake. Samuel stared blankly to where the older man was pointing, trying to decide if he wanted to tempt fate in order to prove him wrong. And after a good 15 seconds of Samuel staring blankly at the ominous fog bank, he snorted, "Well, old-timer, I would, but that's a long walk down there, over that rocky terrain. Well, I am liable to twist an ankle if I just go walking out in the dark like that. Yeah, maybe next time," he said drunkenly, walking off towards his tent after asking Henry a few more questions about the rules and where to start panning. The boys thanked him for the information, as well as Robert and Mary for the meal. They went back to their tent and bedded down for the night. They decided to keep a watch posted just in case these folks weren't as pleasant as they appeared to be. The nights were starting to get cold as the onset of fall was well underway, so the man on watch was given an extra blanket and sat close to their fire, which they kept burning all night. The next morning, the boys had a quick breakfast of jerky, a few slices of bacon, and some older sourdough biscuits, and the boys set out towards the far end of the lake with the others. The fog had been burned off as they were eating breakfast, and now the end of the lake, as well as the Rubicon River, were completely clear. All of the panners, including the 3 boys, set up about 500 yards upriver and began panning at around 9 o'clock in the morning. Within the first 10 minutes, the boys had begun finding flecks of gold everywhere, and they were excited beyond measure. Something strange finally registered with Tom after the 3rd day of panning at camp. There were plenty of birds and creatures running around, what one would expect in the backcountry of California's wilderness. But when they went to the river to pan, he couldn't remember seeing a single living creature while they were panning, not a bird, rabbit, deer, or even a fish in the river. While this was odd, he decided not to tell his friends about the mysterious observation. For the next month, the boys had tremendous luck finding gold. Soon they had more than 50 ounces put away in their mason jar. Meals provided by Robert and Mary were relatively inexpensive, that 1/16 of an ounce per eel. But if you caught enough fish or shot a deer and donated it to them, they would let you eat free for a whole day. The other panners were all likable, aside from Samuel, and told outrageous and hilarious stories around the dinner table every night. The boys enjoyed themselves and were smitten with the beauty and grandeur of the California wilderness. About a month after they arrived at the Rubicon River, Tom and Joe noticed slight changes in Jeff. He became more irritable about things that he would normally never give a second thought about, and he seemed off. Someone moved his chair. He got mad. Joe and Tom, talking after they had bedded down for the night, now seemed to irritate him. He even began complaining that the meals provided by Robert and Mary were tasteless, and he began eating large portions of the jerky they had saved. He wanted to leave earlier and return later every day, but relented when Tom and Joe told him they would not go out before the mist had cleared. And after starting to find less and less gold at their spot, they decided to move to the farthest position along the river, closer toward the cabin and farther away from the lake. They were still well within sight and shouting distance of the other panners, but were now the group farthest from the lake. They began finding nuggets, and their lust for more of the yellow material only intensified. They showed the other panners, who were impressed but also cautioned them not to move too far up the river. The boys listened, but as the days wore on and the nuggets became less and less plentiful, they decided to move farther up the river again. As they moved up the valley, they began finding chunks of gold nearly the size of acorns. 2 months after arriving at the lake, and well into November, Tom, Jeff, and Joe were returning from the valley near dusk when they met Henry, who had also just finished packing up his equipment for the day. "Listen, boys," I know that you have the gold fever something fierce, but I got to tell you, I am not comfortable with you guys pushing so far up the valley lately. I mean, what if one of you were to fall and break a leg? God forbid. Could take you several hours to get back down to the lake. The old man asked in a genuine tone of concern. Well, Herb, the boys had taken to calling the old timer that since they had gotten to know him better, if one of us falls, we've got two others that will be able to carry us down, Tom answered with a smile. Well, I know, but winter is coming, and it's no small thing fierce up here. I just don't want you lads getting caught in a blizzard and not being able to make it back before dark, he said. Honesty and worry still apparent in his voice. Look, old man, I think you are just using that mist as an excuse to keep everyone away from the upper part of the river, trying to save it for yourself, probably. Jeff snapped at the old timer. Tom, Joe, and Herb stopped, staring in disbelief at Jeff. Say what? Tom asked, incredulous. Well, we've all been here for a few months, and I haven't seen or heard anything strange coming from that mist. My bet is Herb sneaks up there sometime during the night and looks for nuggets where everyone else is afraid to go, Jeff stated as he kept walking down the valley. Well, I most certainly am not. Henry shot back. I am trying to save your goddamn lives, you idiot. Jeff just raised a hand over his shoulder and made a shooing gesture as if to deflect the man's words as he continued down towards the lake. Tom and Joe had no idea where this had come from. He hadn't expressed his opinions to them at all. This was the first time they had heard him talk about Herb in such an ill manner. Pardon our friend, Hergy, Joe mumbled. He seems to be out of sorts late. Well, talk to him and find out what's going on. No need that damn gold fever got into that boy, he said, and spat on the bank of the river. The whole damn place is cursed. I got more than enough gold to live comfy for the next few years. I am done. I ain't gonna bury no more bodies in this damn val, he stated, looking back towards the top of the valley where the cabin set there. Then he began briskly walking back towards the camp without uttering another word. What did he mean by burying no more bodies? Tom asked in a whisper. Joe shot him a glance, and it was apparent he was unnerved as well when the three men had made it back to camp. Joe and Tom questioned Jeff about what he had said. Jeff, of course, had no proof of Herb doing it, but claimed it was a gut feeling. After telling him that Herb planned to leave, Jeff jumped and stated, Yeah, well, Fool is probably going to circle on the backside of one of the mountains and start panning at the talk. Would you listen to yourself? Joe yelled, anger in his voice. Herb's been nothing but kind to us since we got here, and now you are saying that he made up all those rules to keep people away from that valley? Makes no sense. I think we need to take a break, head back to Coloma for supplies. Tom interjected. It's going to start snowing soon, and who knows when we'll be able to get supplies again. Well, you could go back if you want, but I want to get as much gold as I can before winter hits, Jeff remarked. After arguing back and forth for nearly an hour, the group decided that Tom and Joe would go back to Coloma, while Jeff remained behind and continued panning for gold. Tom and Joe weren't happy about it, but Jeff refused to budge. The most they were able to get him to agree to was not to move any further up the valley, at least until they got back. The next day, after a particularly silent and chilly breakfast, Tom and Joe saddled up on their horses and left for Coloma on their way out of camp. Herb came riding up beside them and said that they should travel together. I don't want a grizzly making a meal for me, he gave as his explanation for wanting to ride with them. The conversation the boys had the night prior was still fresh in Joe and Tom's heads. This action only confirmed that Jeff was wrong about the man. In the group, 3 set out, and within 6 days, they had made it back to Coloma. Entering the town, it seemed much less chaotic and much more somber. There were only a handful of people out and about. Most of them wore blank or indifferent expressions. Once at the bank, Tom and Joe deposited half of their gold, while Herb traded his gold in for dollars. The clerk was impressed with the haul the men had brought in. "Not a bad summer haul, lads. Rest assured, we will keep it safe for you while you go for more," the clerk said, writing 84 ounces on the boys' receipts. "Well, that's very much appreciated, but we've only been here for 2 months. And, well, that's only half our haul," Tom said, grabbing the receipt from the clerk and pocketing it. "Where boys?"
"Say, been prospecting?" he asked in bewilderment. "Well, the Rubicon River," Joe answered. The clerk furrowed his brow and leaned in closer. "Listen, boys, there have been some strange things happening up there. Had a man a few months back that said the place was cursed." Tom and Joe shot a glance at one another.
"Well, there are some rules that you need to follow. But first now, I am not too sure about that," Joe answered, looking back towards the clerk. After their deposit at the bank, Tom and Joe stopped by the dry goods store. They bought a bunch of supplies, coffee, winter coats, a shotgun, some shotgun shells, and after packing their supplies on the horses, they decided to go to the saloon to get a hot meal. Upon entering the saloon, they were met with silent stares, which was a stark contrast to what they had experienced only a month ago. The patrons looked at the two men and then turned back to their drinks and food. The piano that occupied the corner of the room sat empty and silent. The bar, which usually was occupied by drunken and flamboyant panners, was only occupied by solemn, stony faces that were glued to their liquor of choice. And after sitting down and ordering some food and a few shots of whiskey, Joe and Tom saw a man sitting in a far corner booth who wore a silver star on his chest. "New sheriff in town, I guess," commented Tom, who nodded towards the man. "Must be the reason for the lack of debauchery," smirked Joe. The sheriff noticed the two men looking him over and got up to introduce himself, and after assuring the sheriff they weren't going to cause any trouble, he bid them farewell, tipped his large, black, flat-crowned hat, and strolled out to the street. Their meals arrived shortly after, and they began eating. It was at that point Herb walked in, dollars practically spilling out of his vest. He went to the bar and ordered a whole bottle of whiskey, then turned and saw Tom and Joe. He meandered his way over and sat down. While the boys ate their meal and Herb drank his, they began talking. After the meal, Tom and Joe ordered more whiskey, and they sat drinking with the old-timer, listening to him tell stories when he first got to the valley. An hour into the conversation, Joe asked the question, "Hey, Herb, what is in that mist? We never heard anything from it, but it seems like everyone in that camp was scared stiff of it." Henry got deadly serious. His drunken haze was replaced with one that looked as if he were choking back terror. He drained the last shot of whiskey and then called for another bottle. "Well, when I first got out here almost a year ago, everything was normal. Me and a few other panners had pretty much free reign of the place. And boy, did we find some gold about a month after getting there." A group of 5 men started moving farther and farther up the river to the valley that sits on the other side of that mountain. They came down from there with more gold than I had ever seen, and it seemed to only come back with more. It wasn't long before odd blue mists started pouring out of the valley and down the river almost every night. He withdrew his old corncob pipe and lit it. Anyway, after a week, this mist started to roll down the river. We realized that we hadn't seen them, so I set out to go and find them one day. And well, after about 2 hours of walking up the river, I found where they had set up that small cavern. By God, the horror that I found up there still haunts me to this day. All 5 of them, dead, just outside their cabin. Their bodies were starting to rot, and the smell was beyond description. On top of all that, their horses had died as well, still hitched to their posts. Here is the weird thing, though. With all that meat just laying out in the open, you'd figure that the critters would have gone after them. but I'll tell you that not even one of them had been tucked. He took a drag on the stem of his pipe. The glow from the embers illuminated his face momentarily in the dimly lit room. His eyes were as wide as saucers. After burying them, it was starting to get towards night when I heard a cacophony of birds light into the sky, and as I looked, there were hundreds, if not thousands of birds, all flying and screeching down towards the lake. And then I saw it. The mist, it seemed to seep out of the mountains themselves, soon flowing down towards me, and I dropped everything and ran as if the devil himself was on my heels. Now, near the bottom of the river, right by the lake, that's when the mists caught up to me, and just as I thought I was about to get swallowed, the wind changed slightly, and the mists began pouring out the lake instead of following me along the shore. I was about 50 feet away from the massive blue wall, and turned around to look at it, and that's when I heard it, he said, taking another even longer drag on his pipe, chasing it with a shot of whiskey. The boy's hairs were standing on end now. It sounded similar to an elk, but not quite as high-pitched. I've been all over this country, and I've never heard something making noise like that. One I heard come from out of that mist, very clear. Something entirely otherworldly about it. I swear I could hear hushed voices chattering frantically shortly after, and then I heard footsteps. Let me tell you, it would put a grizzly bear to shame. After I heard the footsteps, I kept running back to camp. No way in hell was I about to stick around and find out what was making those steps. And that is my story, the blueness. Now, what caution you boys? Tell your friend Jeff. He's acting just like those 5 men before they died at the top of that valley. Tom and Joe mounted up on their horses and began the 6-day ride back to the Valley of the Blue Mist. After being in Coloma for less than 3 hours, they left around 5 o'clock in the evening, and as they did, it began to snow softly. As the men neared the lake on the 6th day, early in the afternoon, they saw something that unnerved them. About a quarter-mile away on the top of the pass to their right, the men saw an Indian dancing around a fire. After watching him for nearly a full minute, the man stopped dancing, stared directly at them. It was at this point that Tom and Joe realized the man was covered in a pale blue paint. The Indian continued staring at the men as they rode past. Ahead, on a barren spot of the mountain to their left, Tom was able to see another Indian dressed identical to the first, who was also performing the same dance. The sound of broken English dragged Tom's attention back to the first Indian on the right mountain. "Cursed evil spirit, leave, leave now," the Indian shouted, hands cupped along the sides of his mouth. The boys' spines started to tingle. They hadn't known much about the American Indians, but one thing they had learned from Herb was that the local tribe in the area were called the Miwok, peaceful and allied with the Panners near the Rubicon River. So when a Miwok warrior told them to leave, they knew he genuinely cared about their well-being, but was trying to warn them of something. As Tom was about to shout back and try to get more information, the warrior quickly grabbed his bow, mounted his horse, and began moving back down the far side of the pass, out of sight. Tom and Joe sat on their horses. Tom turned to look where he had seen the second Indian. He was gone as well, but the fire still remained. The clouds lifted slightly, and they saw that all along the tops of the nearby mountains and hills, trails of smoke from dozens of fires could be seen, making a large, arching circle that was lost in the distance. Looking right, they saw a similar line of fires, and in the center of the 2 lines lay 2 solitary mountains with a lake at their base. The 2 men broke into a gallop and rode hard towards the lake. Another half an hour, and they were pulling up to the camp, which was in a flurry. Men packed up their tents and loaded down their horses with their equipment. A party of nearly 15 Indians, were there helping them pack. They were all wearing the same blue paint they had seen earlier. And amongst the chaos, Tom found Robert. "Robert, what the hell is going on?" he asked, looking around in confusion. "Here's Jeff. Your friend went completely crazy, nearly beating Nicholas to death yesterday. He's up in the valley somewhere, I don't know, and when we get back to Coloma, well, I am going to send the law after him. Deserves to be in chains for what he did to Nicholas. The Indians are Miwok, and their chief, Red Hawk, says that here is a big snowstorm coming. He's saved our bacon a few times before, so we figured it's best to listen to them. The gold will still be here in the spring," he said, and as if on command, the gray sky began softly dropping snow on the bank. Tom looked over to the only Indian still mounted on his horse. He wore a large headdress with black feathers and a chest plate which looked like it was made of small hollow bones with bright beads for accents. He too was painted blue, but his mouth and eyes were painted pitch black, giving him a ghoulish appearance. It was when Tom looked at the chief's eyes he noticed the elders staring back at him. Tom walked over to him and removed his hat in a gesture of respect. "Excuse me, Chief," Tom spoke in a soft and respectful tone. "Are we in danger? Big snow is coming. Pass will soon close before nightfall," he said in a deep yet quiet intonation. Tom paused for a moment, not sure if asking his next inquiry would offend the chief. "I am not talking about the snow," he said in almost a whisper. "What is in the mist?" The chief's gaze hardened, and his eyes looked directly into Tom's. He raised his hand and beckoned Tom closer. Tom stepped closer. "But you make this land sick. You are greedy, violent, destructive, and now earth unbalanced. You set the evil spirit free," he finished, his words dripping with disdain. "What evil spirit?" Tom asked. "Enough talk. Pack your things and leave with Ud," the chief commanded, turning his horse. Just then Joe came running up, completely out of breath. Talked to Samuel, and he said, "Jeff is up in the valley right now. Also said that he beat the hell out of you." "I know," Tom said, interrupting him, "but we need to get him right now. Leave this place." He briskly walked towards his horse and mounted it. The chief watched the two men mount their horses, and then he and Tom locked eyes again. Red Hawk shook his head and turned his horse to the pass and began leading his warriors and the rest of the Panners away from the lake. They were now officially on their own. The two men broke out in full gallop, and within 5 minutes they had gotten to the mouth of the river and were riding up the valley. As they neared the last spot they had panned, their pace slowed as they began looking for their friend. The light snow had become heavy and constant, and now slightly impaired their range of sight. As they rode past, Joe caught a glimpse of something that made him stop. Their canvas tent was now set up nearly halfway up the valley. Tom jumped off his horse and ran to the tent, fearing that Jeff may be inside, and after entering, he was slightly relieved to find it empty. Their stove was warm and did have a few coals still inside, so he had not been gone for more than a couple of hours. They looked around the area for a moment and decided that he must have moved farther up the valley. Slowly they began making their way closer to the top of the valley, making sure to keep an eye out for any danger. As the men moved slowly farther up the valley, a gentle breeze began blowing, just enough for them to notice and feel against their skin, and the snow began sticking to the ground. A pit began to form in Tom's stomach, as they were now halfway up the valley and were very close to the cabin. They had made their way up nearly to the top of the valley when they finally caught sight of Jeff's horse, which was tied to a small pine tree. Tom dismounted his horse and saw Jeff at the top of the river with a pan in his hand. As he approached, he stepped on a dried branch which cracked under his boot. Jeff dropped his pan, grabbed his rifle that had been laying on the ground next to him, and turned to fire. The rifle was leveled directly at Tom, who now stood motionless with his hands in the air, a gesture of surrender. Jeff's eyes were cold, and a slight sneer was barely perceivable on his face as he pointed the rifle at Tom for an unusually long time. And after what seemed like a full minute, recognition finally registered with Jeff, and he lowered the rifle. "Sorry, one of those panners had come for blow," he said, resting his rifle back in its original spot. "After I beat the hell out of Nicholas, I don't think the rest of them are going to like having me around," he finished as he grabbed his pan out of the river and started searching again. "Jeff, we have to go. One of the Indian chiefs was at the camp saying the pass was going to get snowed in." "Everyone else packed up and left," Tom said, still standing more than 20 feet away from him. "Oh, you believe that crap," Jeff said, with a hint of humor in his voice as he swirled the pan, looking for gold flakes. "Probably just trying to lull us into thinking we're safe, and when we get back to camp, they're gonna jump us." "Do you hear yourself?" Tom asked in disbelief. "You see what is going on right now?" He gestured toward the now darkened sky and increasingly gusty wind. "You don't even know why I had to beat Nicholas within an inch of his lie," he said, standing and walking towards his horse. As he marched from the river to his horse, a violent gust of wind came roaring down through the valley and chilled Tom to the bone. Jeff reached into one of the saddlebags and pulled out the largest nugget of gold Tom had ever seen. It was nearly the size of an apple and weighed at least 50 ounces. "I found this 2 days ago and brought it back to the camp. The only person I told about this thing was Robert. The next morning I woke up to Nicholas, rifling through my saddlebag looking for her. I confronted him, and he tried to throw down on me with his pistol. I wrestled it away from him to eat him until he stopped moving. You are still alive, though, and after that, everyone else seemed pretty upset. So I packed up and moved up here. Tom, as well as Joe, who now joined them with a shock on his leg over his shoulder, were amazed at the large piece of yellow metal Jeff now held in his hand. They were mesmerized even, and finally, after what seemed like minutes of staring at the thing, Jeff placed it back in a saddlebag, which broke their stupor. "Look, I know the gold here is good, but there is a storm coming, and it's gonna be here any minute. We need to pack up right now and get out while we can. It's not worth dying of. It's winter, and there is supposed to be snow." Jeff responded, and as he did, another gust of wind came down the valley and descended on the men. The horses startled. They whinnied and made as if the wind had brought the scent of a predator with it, and they began shifting and turning nervously. "Jeff, Tom's right. Something's off. Feeling in my gut," Joe chimed in as he bundled his new coat around him. "Look, if you do want to leave, go ahead. But me, I am staying right here," he said, pointing a finger to the ground. His voice betrayed no hint of anger. "We're not going to leave you here, Jeff, and we aren't staying here. So you need to stop panning and pack your stuff up right now," Tom said, walking towards his friend. As Tom reached him, he grabbed a hold of Jeff's pan and waited for him to let go of it. Jeff's eyes were full of anger, but relented slightly as the two men stood face to face. His grip loosened slightly, and he was about to let go of it when another gust of wind, more violent and cold than any other, howled from the two peaks of the mountains and into the valley. Jeff's eyes ignited with a rage and looked as if the fires of hell itself burned behind its gaze. He wrenched the pan away from Tom, drew back, and brought the metal object crashing against the side of Tom's face. The horses, all three of them, reared and let out cries of terror. As soon as their hooves hit the ground, they bolted. Jeff's horse even tore the small tree it had been hitched to out of the ground, carried along as it fled down the valley towards the lake. Tom hit the ground dazed, and Jeff stood over him with his hunting knife now in hand. Joe attempted to intervene, but one glance from Jeff had him stopped in his tracks. Jeff leaned down close to Tom's ear, and in a whisper, barely audible over the torrent of wind, Said it done, I ain't leaving this Val. And with that, Jeff pushed off, grabbed his pan, and strolled back down to the river, seemingly oblivious to their now grim fate. Tom shakily was helped to his feet by Joe, who asked if he was all right. He isn't coming. We got to get out of here right now, he said, pulling his bloody hand away from his head and inspecting the crimson liquid. Tom had missed the part where the horses had bolted on account of him getting hit in the face with a pan when he looked for his horse. An all too familiar sense of dread first settled and then tore through his stomach. Frantically trying to follow their tracks in what was now a full-on blizzard, Tom and Joe tracked them for nearly an hour before the tracks were lost in the driving snow. Cold, tired, and with night quickly approaching, they began making their way to the tent Jeff had set up over halfway up the valley. The thought of spending a night in a blizzard was revolting enough, but spending it in that valley with the mist surrounding them was more horrifying than they wanted to imagine. As the light began to die out, their hope of reaching the camp began to wane. They could only see about 50 feet in any direction, and the valley was easily half a mile wide. And finally, Joe called out, "And I see it." He had to yell to be heard over the deafening wind. Snow clung to their beards in large clumps and stung their cheeks as the two men sprinted the last bit to the tent. Thankfully, Jeff had recently cut and chopped a large pile of firewood that would be more than enough to last through the night. Snow was already beginning to drift and pile up on the sides of the tent, and that required their immediate attention. Otherwise, the tent was liable to collapse or tear from the buildup of weight. After clearing the drift with a shovel they had found in the tent, the two men, now shuddered with cold, huddled inside and began attempting to relight the fire that was now only embers. Eventually, Tom stepped outside to grab more firewood for the night and noticed that the all-encompassing white of the blizzard had been replaced with a slightly blue haze. The mist was here even in the bitter cold, the mist that managed to avoid freezing and was rolling down the valley. He quickly threw a dozen logs into the tent and took one last look for Jeff in the now darkening landscape. He could only see 50 feet, but there at the limit of his vision he swore he could see the outline of something shambling slowly down the valley towards him. Tom called Jeff's name into the howling tirade of snow and wind, hoping to garner his friend's attention. The figure stopped moving and turned slightly to face Tom. Something was immensely wrong. The figure had been crouching and walking on all fours, but now stood up on two legs. It was well over 8 feet tall, and decidedly not Jeff. The hairs on the nape of Tom's neck prickled, and he stood frozen, his gaze fixed on the figure who stared back at him. The figure then raised two impossibly long arms from its sides and stretched them into the shape of a Y above its head. A cry more terrifying and unworldly than anything he had heard was carried on the wind down the valley. It was a blend of an angry animalistic howl combined with the wails of a dying man that amalgamated into an unholy union of sound that tore at Tom's psyche, causing his heart to seize, his breath to quiver, and his will to break. He tore away from the monstrous sight and threw himself into the tent. He began tying off the tent door as quickly as he could, his breathing ragged and labored. His head became light, and for a moment he thought he was about to pass out. When he finished the door, he looked for the closest object he could use to defend himself. His rifle had been in its scabbard attached to his horse's saddle, and that mistake had left him defenseless. A small hatchet that Joe had been using to split kindling lay buried in a log next to the fire. He ripped it from the log and held it overhead, ready to kill anything that came through the tent flap. "Tom, what are you doing?" Joe asked as he unslung his shotgun and held it at a low but ready position. He had been more cautious than Tom and had brought a shotgun with him before dismounting his horse. "Something is outside, and it isn't Jeff." His words were low and his breath was gasping. "You didn't hear it." "Hear what?" Joe asked, confused. "That unholy scream that came on the wind." Tom answered, still not daring to take his eyes off the tent flap. "The only thing that I've heard since we got here was the wind, no screams." "You took a pretty good blow to the head. Maybe you should lay down." And just then, a muffled rifle shot could be heard coming from a long distance up the valley. "Jeff," Joe said in a concerned voice, "don't even think about going out there. We will go check on him in the morn." Tom answered, still not daring to break his gaze from the door. The two men stood, weapons at the ready, for nearly half an hour, waiting for something else to happen. The crunching of snow just outside, snapping of some twigs or branches, a horrendous monster to come crashing through their tent, something, but nothing came. Joe broke from the standoff first to feed the fire. The wind buffeted the canvas walls of the tent, but the interior began to warm slowly and subdued the cold. Another half hour, and Tom sat down on his cot with blankets wrapped around him, the hatchet still firmly in his grip. His ears were now straining to hear anything, as his eyes were useless in the small 9-foot by 6-foot tent. Sleep did not come that night. Tom had taken first watch and was responsible for keeping the fire burning, as well as holding security at the entrance of the tent. He sat through the night, alert and poised for something, anything to happen. But Joe, shotgun resting in his lap, at 3 o'clock in the morning, the scream of a horse pierced the night and sent Tom's heart racing. He stood, shotgun tucked into his shoulder. Joe had shot up from the sleeping roll and joined Tom at the entrance. Their heartbeats in the wind were the only sounds perceivable. Gradually, the sound of galloping became audible, and as the galloping got closer and louder, the sound of snorting and whinnying became apparent as well. The horse ran past the tent and up the valley, away from the lake, and suddenly, a loud thud, as well as another scream, echoed from somewhere in the night. Thrashing could be heard, which was then joined by more screaming, and after about 30 seconds of what sounded like a life or death struggle, the valley became relatively silent again. At this point, both men knew there would be no more sleep and sat at the entrance of the tent, on edge and petrified. After what seemed like an eternity, the walls of the tent lightened, and the wind began to die down well after 9 o'clock in the morning. Joe peeped through their small gap in the tent door. The mists had abated, and a thick layer of snow blanketed everything, transforming the valley overnight into a winter paradise. After reporting to Tom that he couldn't see anything, the two men untied the tent flap and cautiously, with weapons at the ready, entered their frozen countryside. The snow was deep, nearly to their knees, which made walking difficult and slow. They checked the tent and examined it for damage, and after finding no tears holes or missing guidelines, the men decided to see if they could find out what had happened to the horse they heard. Walking up the valley about 50 feet, they saw a mound of snow next to the tree Tom had seen the figure standing under last night. Now, as they reached it, Tom swept the snow off of the creature, revealing its head. Its eyes were wide open, with blood leaking from them. Its mouth was twisted in an unnatural manner, looking as if it had died mid-scream, and the bitter cold had frozen a milky white foam along the corners of the mouth. Frozen blood formed icicles leading from its nostrils to the ground. Tom shuddered and backed away quickly. Then he realized something wasn't right. The head and neck were not in their correct orientation. They seemed upside down. He stepped back up to the horse and brushed the snow off its neck down to its front shoulders. Its neck had been twisted around 180 degrees. Tom noticed that it was his horse and gingerly uncovered the part of the saddle that had his rifle scabbard attached to it. Finding it, he quickly unbuckled the retaining latch and withdrew his rifle. He sighed in relief at having a firearm to protect himself. "What in God's name does that to a horse?" Joe shivered. "I don't know what it is, but it was big enough to twist a horse's head nearly off. Let's get the hell out of here." They walked back to the tent and began making breakfast. Bacon, eggs, and hash browns were on the menu, and while eating they decided to try and make it to the pass and hopefully make it halfway to the next closest panning outpost which was more than 10 miles away. The deep snow would slow them considerably, but if they left by noon, they should be able to make good use of the daylight. "We need to check on Jeff," Joe stated. "We heard that rifle shot last night. He might still be alive." Jeff made his decision. "Where did you forget? He knocked a few teeth loose with that pen," Tom snapped. "So what? You are just going to let him die because he hit you? Fine. But if he says anything but yes, I am leaving." After Tom had finished packing the bag, he helped Joe finish the snowshoes. They donned their makeshift spruce, bought wear, and began making their way slowly up the valley. They didn't sink nearly as far with the snowshoes, but because of the heavy and awkward footwear, it slowed their pace considerably. After nearly an hour of trudging through the all-encompassing winter landscape, they arrived at the spot where Jeff had been the other day. They looked around for a few minutes, and without finding an unusual pile of snow that would have encased his body, they figured he had left to find shelter sometime near dark. They looked around and saw the cabin sitting at the top of the valley, less than 300 yards away. The trek took them only 10 minutes, and before either of them knew it, they were standing outside the cabin. It was a very small, rustic structure with a front porch and a single door directly in the center. A few pairs of antlers hung on the wall, and an old rusted oil lamp sat suspended near the door. Something caught the men's attention while they examined the door. A single hole, most likely caused by a rifle, sat in the dead center of the door. Most of them became tense, and Joe raised the shotgun to his shoulder and called out, "It'll Jeff? You in there?" They were met with complete and utter silence. Joe motioned for Tom to open the door while he covered it with a shotgun. Tom slowly crept across the groaning floorboards of the porch and winced as every step he took caused the wood to creak in protest. Upon reaching the door, he looked back at Joe, who gave him a nod. Tom grasped the makeshift handle, tore the door open, and jumped back, training his rifle on the open door as well. Again, silence was the only answer. Joe began slowly creeping towards the doorway, aiming down the barrel of a shotgun. When his barrel was nearly parallel to the door, he paused for a moment and listened for any indication of a living presence. The only sound he could hear was the blood pounding through his veins. He stepped quickly through the door, followed immediately by Tom, who brought his rifle to bear as soon as Joe was out of the way. The room was dark, darker than it should have been, and the two men stood still and waited for their eyes to adjust to the murky room. After nearly a minute, Tom spotted a candle sitting on a small wooden table a mere 2 feet from him. Using one hand to hold his rifle, he reached into his breast pocket and drew out a small tin of matches. He withdrew one and struck it against his pant leg, igniting it. He slowly touched the flame to the wick of the candle, and a soft glow illuminated the table and surrounding area. Besides the table, a few chairs were clustered around it. A large stove occupied the corner he was closest to. Tom maneuvered his way forward, revealing more of the single-room structure. The back wall had a set of bunk beds sitting against it, with another set of deer antlers fastened to the wall. Joe called out to him. "Oh, whoa," he said in a whisper. "Look." He nodded slightly, directly down the barrel of the shotgun. Tom followed the barrel and nearly jumped when he saw a set of 2 glowing dots sitting low in what he guessed was the opposite corner of the room. His hair stood on end, a shiver ran down his spine, and his heart began beating as if he were sprinting. They sat there, motionless, staring at the small dots of light, waiting for them to move or blink out of existence, to let them know that whatever gazed back at them was alive. And after another minute of observing, the eyes had neither moved nor blinked. It was Tom who decided to advance on whatever the object was, walking slowly from heel to toe. He advanced on the orbs. What seemed like hours probably took only seconds. The candle illuminated only about 5 feet in front of him, so he would be nearly on top of whatever owned the glowing spheres. The orbs seemed to glow brighter as he moved closer. The abysmal light source revealed another bunk bed quite tucked into the corner. It also revealed something much more profoundly disturbing. 2 boots, as well as the beginnings of pant legs, sat just inside the small circle of light. Tom swallowed hard, and the entirety of his concentration was now focused solely on the 2 spheres that were shining brightly. He took another step and began extending his arm towards the man. It revealed a pair of gray pants, a plaid work shirt, and a fired rifle laid beside the man. The man's arms were outstretched and petrified in front of him, as if holding an invisible monstrosity at bay. The fingers curled and contorted like he was gripping an invisible object with the strength that could break bones. Tom paused and let out a shuddering, ragged exhale before he continued moving closer. The last foot illuminated the face of their friend. The glowing orbs they had seen were the reflection of light in his milky, white, pale blue eyes that were sunken into their sockets and nearly rolled into the back of his skull. His face was homeless, a pure white compared to the tan complexion he had up until yesterday. The most unsettling sight, though, was his jaw. It hung open and pulled to the left so much that it looked as if it were dislocated, an expression of unequaled agony frozen into his muscles and flesh. Tom exhaled violently and dropped the candle to the floor with a clatter. Again the darkness overtook the room. Tom sprinted towards the doorway and burst through it, dropping his rifle on the porch. A violent contraction constricted his stomach, and putrid-tasting bile burned on its way up his throat. After losing his breakfast and dry heaving for nearly a minute, he regained his composure and turned around to find Joe leaning against the doorframe. "That's it. We have to go," he said, picking up his rifle. Joe stood quietly at the door, staring off into the distance. His shotgun rested in the crook of his arm. "Do you hear me? We have to go," Tom said, asserting the need for urgency. Joe glanced at him from the corner of his eye. "No way we can make it on foot." "Well, I would rather take my chances than stay here another night. No horses mean we can't carry the tent, and no tent means we freeze to death come nightfall," he answered, now pointing towards the darkening clouds on the horizon. "Screw that. I would rather get caught in a blizzard than stay here another night." Tom was now angry. "Then go be the little boy and wander off. I am staying here and taking care of this problem," Joe answered, irritated, and walked back to the cabin. Tom followed him and was surprised when Joe ripped off a piece of thick cloth that had been covering the only window of the cabin, allowing light to flood into the room. It still seemed too dark, but there was enough light now that you could make out most of the interior. After pleading and arguing for nearly an hour, Tom, unable to make his friend see reason, set out towards the lake with his pack, while Joe stayed at the cabin and prepared himself for the night. The trek from the top of the valley down to the bottom of the lake took Tom well into late morning. He stopped and snacked on some jerky at the lake, then continued past the lake and towards the pass. Snow was a relentless and ever-present force that strived to halt Tom on his journey. But with the snowshoes, he was able to make decent time. About midway through the afternoon, he arrived at the pass. It was snowy, but he was sure he could make it. He entered the lakeside of the pass and struggled through the narrow gap with the snow now well above his waist. It took him nearly 15 minutes to reach the halfway point, and when he did, he heard something, chanting, and a quick but steady drumbeat sounded from somewhere overhead. He looked above him to see nearly 20 Indian warriors with their bows drawn and aimed directly at him. He was somewhat shocked and raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, remained completely still. The chanting and drum beat began to move down the far side of the pass, and soon a group of men could be seen on the opposite side of the pass, the direction he was attempting to travel. The small party of men began to advance down the pass towards him, and after another minute of watching them approach, Tom could make out the lead warrior. It was Chief Red Hawk. and in his right hand was a large spear decorated with bones and feathers, its tip constructed of a black and shiny material that resembled glass. He looked into the chief's eyes and saw that they were full of fear and anger. Chief Red Hawk. He was cut off as the spear sailed through the air and grazed his raised right arm. He stumbled backwards and fell into the soft snow. The pain from the cut on his arm hardly registered. Adrenaline had taken over, and he was now in a full-fledged flight response and was scrambling to get back on his feet and run. Another spear flew past him and buried itself deep into the snow. He was up and running now, his heart pounding and blood thundering through his veins. He thought about turning and firing his rifle, but with only one shot and more than 20 warriors above him, he decided it was a foolish endeavor. He trudged onward at a painstakingly slow pace as the dark sky began dumping snow from the cloud's inky depths. Nearly 3 hours in, and he had just made it to the lake and was beginning his climb to the canvas tent that sat nearly halfway up the valley. The sun sank lower and lower into the sky, and as it did, the wind began to howl and blow harder. Tom knew he wasn't going to make it before dark at this pace, so in a last-chance decision, he dropped the heavy pack and began running as best as one could in knee-deep snow. Just as the canvas tent came into sight, the dimming environment took on a blue hue again. A cry of hatred and anguish wafted on the howling winds, as if to signify the creature's coming. Tom ran faster than he thought possible in the snow for the last 100 feet, and just as he reached the entrance of the tent, his snowshoe snapped, and the spruce bow that had comprised the main wooden hoop came undone with a snap and caused him to trip, falling face first in the snow. He attempted to stand, but now unbound. A piece of wood attached to his foot made it extremely difficult to stand. He drew out his hunting knife and began cutting at the leather straps that had fixed it to his boot. As the cold steel sliced through the last strap, he shot up and plunged into the tent, scrambling to close the tent flap. Another roar assaulted his ears. It had been just as close as the night before. Upon tying the last flap on the door, he wheeled around to the stove and rested his rifle on top of it. With what little light there was in the gloomy tent, he grabbed a handful of kindling that thankfully they had chopped and left the previous night. He shoved it into the stove, and by some miracle, a large coal remained glowing slightly inside the cast iron tube. He piled the kindling on top of it and began blowing softly on the smoking nest. The splintered wood soon. A small orange light jumped from charred fragments and provided just enough light for Tom to find some smaller logs that he began to pile into the stove. He was gasping for breath as he tended the fire, and whether from the run or from sheer terror he was experiencing he didn't know. As he added more wood to the fire and kept glancing towards the door, the sound became more and more receivable in tandem with his heartbeat. The crunching of snow could be heard moving towards the tent and getting louder. Panic gripped him, and he dropped what he was doing with the fire to retrieve his rifle. He cocked the hammer back fully and aimed directly towards the entrance, waiting for whatever owned the footsteps to reach him. As the footsteps got closer, they began to slow down until it sounded like the creature was slowly walking. Two things struck Tom about the sound of the footsteps. The first, whatever the creature was, it was walking on 2 feet. And the second, even in knee-deep snow, the sound of the footsteps told him that this thing was massive. No man could have been large enough to make the ground shake slightly as if in his stroll towards his tent. Suddenly, the footsteps became silent. Tom was again relying on his ears in the small tent, and the sudden absence of sound nearly drove him to the edge of insanity. After almost a minute of listening to the wind batter the canvas, he heard it, the ever so subtle crunch of snow near the back of the tent. Tom silently wheeled around and tracked where the sound was coming from. It moved slowly from the back and then along the right side of the tent. About halfway up the right side, 5 points appeared on the canvas wall. as if a branch were pressing into it. Slowly they began raking across the side of the tent and were pressed so hard into the fabric that Tom was terrified they were going to tear through the material. As the creature reached the front of the tent, Tom's vision began to blur. His heart thundered, and his chest heaved as he tried to inhale air. 5 long gray fingers, thinly veiled in black hair with sharp black nails, slipped inside the entrance flap of the tent, and Tom stopped breathing altogether. They curled around the fabric and began pushing it aside slightly to reveal a black and green orb that seemed to glow in the dim light. The eye was surrounded by a white, bony socket devoid of flesh. Tom fired, and the creature's scream exploded with what sounded like a dozen voices of anguish. Its bony and elongated jaw parted, revealing teeth that more resembled broken, jagged black glass than typical bone-white fangs. Its breath smelled like death and rotting meat. The scream was so loud and disjointed that Tom began to feel dizzy. He could hear the creature stomping away and growling back into the freezing wind. Something was wrong with him. Black fogged the edges of his sight and began encroaching on what little blurred sphere remained at the center of his vision. He fumbled with his powder horn, attempting to reload the rifle, but as he was trying to fit the musket ball into the end of the rifle, the muscles in his arm cramped so hard that he let the rifle clatter to the ground. He slumped to his knees and began gasping, unable to breathe. His hands contorted and disfigured, grasping uselessly at his throat. His vision became a pinprick, and the last thing he saw before he fell forward unconscious was the small but growing fire inside the stove. Tom awoke when cold engulfed him, and something slammed against his legs, causing a dull pain to shoot up his body. He scrambled, but there was a weight on top of him that restricted his movement. He struggled for a moment, and then realized it was light out. The sooty white engulfed his vision, and soon he identified the wall of the tent. He put the pieces together and realized that the tent had collapsed on him. He withdrew his knife and pierced the fabric, allowing a large amount of powdered snow to fall through the opening, and after struggling for a few minutes, he breached the surface of the snow, and daylight greeted him. The sky was again clear, and the only evidence of the storm the night before was the fresh 2-foot depth of snow that now encased everything in an oppressive white blanket. After taking in several breaths of fresh air, he winced, realizing that his head was throbbing and his throat was dry to the point. It felt like it was cracking. After several coughs, he took in his immediate surroundings. Due to his haste the night before, he hadn't taken the time to clear the snow that eventually piled up on the side of the tent, causing it to tear and collapse. The pain he had felt was from one of the large timber poles that held up the back left corner of the tent, collapsing on his legs. He stood shakily and every muscle in his body screamed in protest. His legs were by far the worst. The pole had certainly bruised them, but he didn't think anything was broken. He searched in the snow for a few minutes until he fished his rifle and powder horn out of the almost liquid-like soft snow. He looked around, but found nothing else useful. And he thought about going back to where he had dropped his pack to retrieve the food, but he knew the snow had probably swallowed it during the night. His only option was to go back to the cabin to see if Joe was still there, and so he slowly began making his way toward the cabin, and as he slogged onward, his dry throat, aching head, and burning need for water only intensified. The valley stood completely and utterly silent. Snow covered everything. Even the tall pine trees looked like they had been coated in an excessive amount of white icing as their branches drooped down, nearly touching the ground. It was so cold, so silent, so desolate. And after another 2 hours he neared the cabin, and his attention was drawn to where the 5 crosses sat. He got his wish. He wasn't the only thing alive in that valley. 3 black ravens sat perched on a 6th cross that sat next to the original 5 crosses. He walked closer to the ravens as they sat, and just watched him curiously. When he was about 5 feet away, one of the ravens let out a caw which caused him to pause. The ravens cocked their heads at him and then took flight, traveling down the valley toward the lake. He watched them fly into the distance and envied their ability to traverse the terrain so easily after watching them fly a sight. He turned back to the cabin and noticed something that hadn't been there the previous day: 2 large blasts, where a shotgun had fired from the inside, now adorned the door, as well as the single rifle shot. Dread filled Tom, and he collapsed on his knees. "Joe!" he called out in a hoarse voice. His lips cracked and began to bleed as he formed the words. Silence was the only answer. He called out again, this time in a voice louder, but more raspy again. Nothing. He stood and readied his rifle. He finished the last 20 feet to the door and attempted to push it open, and he pushed harder, and the door eventually slid slowly open. The large door had been pushed against the door, effectively barricading it. Tom squeezed through the small opening and shambled inside. The stove still had the faint glow of embers still burning inside, but then Tom turned to the chair that sat directly from the door and collapsed. The one side of it was scorched. See his face and hands in a similar state to that of Jeff. Mouths gaping and warped, hands contorted and outstretched. Tom slowly backed up against the dresser and sank to the floor. He began sobbing, tears and snot running down his face. He was now entirely alone. What in God's unholy creation was the creature that hunted them? After about 15 minutes, he dried his eyes and closed the door, dragging Joe's body to the corner where they had found Jeff. He draped him in a dusty bedsheet and said a silent prayer for his friend's soul. He walked over to the fire and placed a few logs in it, and soon a warm fire burned in the cast-iron beast. A pot of water had been left on top of the stove, which he took and drained completely. Slaking his thirst and easing the burning in his throat, he rifled through the dresser and found old clothing, which he took in exchange for his cold, wet clothes he was wearing. And after emptying his pockets, he realized that he still carried the bank receipt he had obtained a week prior. Realizing that he may not make it out of the valley alive, he decided to at least leave some evidence of who he was, and also to try to warn whoever else might come up there. He walked to the fire with a set of iron tongs, raked a coal out of the fire to let it cool, and after it cooled, he took it and scribbled a note as best he could on the back of the receipt. He walked over to the chest and opened it, and inside lay a mason jar nearly filled to the brim with gold dust and nuggets. Jeff's mason jar, he thought, as well as the jar. A large cloth bundle sat as if it were carrying something, as well as a small tin can of carpentry nails. He placed his receipt on top of the jar and retrieved the cloth, unwrapping it. He found 3 sourdough biscuits and almost a pound of bear jerky. Silently thanking God, he set one of the biscuits and a few strips of jerky into one of the pans and placed it on the stove. After a few minutes, he devoured the hot food, which satiated the gnawing pain in his stomach, and feeling slightly better with his headache subsiding, he began making his preparations. He toppled one of the bunk beds over and began dismantling it, placing the boards over the door and using a small can of nails to tack them to the frame. After nearly an hour and using most of the bunk bed to barricade the door and window, Tom sat down in the chair and picked up Joe's shotgun that had fallen to the floor. He examined it and concluded that both barrels had been fired. He reloaded it and rested it against the wall next to the chair. Peering out of one of the slits in the boards, he saw the sun was beginning to set. A feeling of numbness settled over him, and he knew that almost certainly this would be his final night on Earth. He stoked the fire and lit the stump of the candle that was set back on the table. As the small rays of sunlight vanished from between the gaps in the boards, as he walked over to the chair and across the rug, his foot noticed a slight change in both feel and sound. His footstep came across something slightly more hollow, and the boards dipped slightly. He bent down and noticed the carpet was much colder than the surrounding wood. he lifted a corner of the rug to reveal a large hatch framed in raw iron, the large ring handles set into the boards. He pushed the chest out of the way and folded the rug off the rest of the hatch. It was large enough for 2 men to stand shoulder to shoulder and still have plenty of room on either side. He grabbed the shotgun from the wall and lifted on the large ring. It gave a slight pop as the frame broke free from the frost that had formed near its edges to reveal a large black hole directly under the floor. Tom grabbed the candle and held the flame close to the entrance, revealing a tunnel that led down slightly at an angle into the ground, and just then the roar of the beast penetrated the walls of the cabin and sent Tom into a panic. It sounded like it was coming from somewhere across the valley. His brain, trying to process the discovery of the tunnel and the impending encroachment of the creature, stalled him for a moment. Finally, he made a decision. The creature was out there and was expecting him to be in the cabin. If he went into the tunnel and closed the hatch, there was a possibility that it wouldn't find him. As he finished his thought, another roar echoed across the valley, this one much closer. He lowered himself into the hole and closed the hatch, the candle his only source of light. He backed away slowly, deeper into the ground, as he listened for any sign of the monster. After another minute, he heard thundering footsteps as the creature sprinted up the cabin steps and burst through the door, his fortifications splintering from a single blow. Tom turned away from the hatch and quickly began making his way down the winding, dark passageway. And for nearly 10 minutes, he followed the tunnel, which he soon realized was a natural crack in the earth that had been widened by picks and shovels. Old planks covered spots in the floor where chasms naturally formed, and thick wooden beams supported the ceiling where the path became slightly watery. Tom stopped and listened for a moment as he caught his breath. There was a slight hum emanating from seemingly all over him, which he guessed was the noise of the earth, and a slight flow of air moved slowly back towards the hatch he had entered. It was cold, but not as cold as the outside air. After regaining his breath, he kept pushing farther down the tunnel and deeper into the earth. Another 5 minutes, and he arrived at what he guessed was a large chamber. The tunnel wall split sideways, and the ceiling rose steadily overhead until it was lost in the all-consuming blackness. He stopped a few feet in, and fear gripped him as he stood alone in an ocean of darkness, his ship the small orb of light produced by the tiny candle. He backtracked into the tunnel and followed the cavern's right wall until he found an oil lamp hanging on a nail that was driven into a large beam. He saw it and retrieved the lamp, checking if there was oil and then examining the wick. With half a container filled with oil and a nearly fresh-looking wick, he opened it, touched the flame from the candle to the wick. It hissed and popped for a moment as the moisture in the wick burned off, but then it took the flame and began casting a much more intense light. He made his way back to the tunnel entrance and placed the candle on the ground, so if he were to wander too far, he could find his way back. After ensuring the candle wouldn't tip over, he made his way into the center of the cavern, now able to see 20 feet in any direction. About 40 feet into the cavern, he ran into a large chasm that dropped into an inky pit of darkness. A rudimentary pulley system had been erected over it, and a single rope dropped and disappeared into the gloom. Sidestepping the chasm, he continued away from the candle and farther into the black. Another 20 feet, and he reached a wall with 3 different passageways that looked man-made and only extended about 20 feet in either direction, but their contents left Tom speechless. Veins of gold ran from the bottom of the floor to the top of the ceiling. More gold than he could even imagine lay right before him. After marveling at the sight for a brief moment, he exited back into the main chamber. The third passage looked similar to the one he had followed down, a combination of natural crevasse expanded by the tools of man. He was about to enter it when the smell of rotting flesh invaded his nostrils. He gagged and took a few steps back. He gagged and took a few steps backward, which only caused the odor to become more pungent. A low growl forced him to wheel around. There, at the opposite side of the cavern where he had originally entered, right next to his candle and not more than 60 feet away, stood the creature. It was like nothing Tom had ever seen before. Nearly 8 feet tall and massive. It had feet that looked like hooves, legs covered in long black hair that bent awkwardly backwards like the goat's. Its torso looked like that of a man, but was covered in thin black hair that partially obscured the pale gray flesh underneath, and spots near his ribcage were rotting, and organs could be seen glistening in the light of the candle through the bones. Its arms were long and nearly touched the ground, and chunks of flesh were missing from its bicep. Its hands were unnaturally long, sported the same sharp black nails he had seen the night before, but its head was most disturbing. The jaw and primary skull looked like that of an oversized deer. The antlers were well over 3 feet in length. Rotten flesh clung to the snout and jawline of the skull, and viscous slime seeped from both its nose and mouth. Its teeth, black and jagged, glistened slightly in the light. In the skull of what looked like a dog fused into the side of the deer skull by bone and fleshy tendons. On the other side, one that looked like a bear skull, affixed in the same manner, and its eyes burned with more hatred and disdain than Tom thought possible. He stared back at the monstrosity, unmoving in its scowl. The back, dropped slowly to all fours, arching its back like a cat ready to pounce, and rested its atrocious hand on top of the candle, snuffing its light from existence. It let out a roar, and Tom could hear the scraping of nails across rocks as it bounded towards him in the darkness. He panicked and ran full speed down the third tunnel and away from the creature. Red, green, blue, and golden glints reflected off the tunnel walls, and Tom realized they were untold amounts of ruby, sapphire, emeralds, and gold lining the walls of the tunnel. He could hear it snarling and scraping behind him, just outside the light of his lantern. It was getting closer. Tom wheeled around and leveled the shotgun. He waited, merely seconds, and the creature bounded into view. It was struggling to make its way down the tunnel. Its antlers scraped along the rock as it charged toward him, and he fired one of the barrels of the shotgun. In a crimson rupture, it hit from its chest and let out a howling scream of pain and halted for a moment. Not stopping to see if the creature was gravely injured, he turned and kept sprinting down the tunnel. Another moment, and he realized the creature was again following him. It'll be further away than it had originally been. He kept running, and the further he ran, the deeper the tunnel took him. Soon, the creature was again nearly on top of him, and so he turned and fired his last shot into the dark. There was no cry this time, so he figured he had missed and threw the shotgun into the darkness. He sprinted, his lungs burned, his muscles ached, and his head again began to throb. And glancing a look over his shoulder, he could see the antlers bobbing in and out of the lantern's light. He turned back around and saw only darkness. His feet left the ground, and a feeling of vertigo overtook him. He fell through the air down a long shaft, and screamed as he slammed into the wall, and the searing pain shot through his body as the sound of bones crunched. Glancing off the wall, his body slammed into the ground, and pain erupted from every nerve. His vision went white, and for a moment he passed out. Groggily, he woke, tried to move. His legs lay still and dormant, ignoring his commands, and again he tried, willing them to move, but not even so much as a twitch answered his command. He pushed himself up on his arms and cried out as a sharp pain shot up his left arm, and slowly he looked around and saw the lantern shattered, much like his body. The fall had broken the glass tank, and the oil had ignited, forming a large pool of fire that ran down the uneven stone floor. The base of the shaft was small, less than 20 feet wide, and slowly angled down to a large wall with a crevice starting at its base and running up its entire length, about 15 feet from him. Using his right arm, He dragged himself toward the wall, and upon reaching it, noticed strange symbols and markings carved and painted into the rock surface. Then he observed something strange. A blue mist began seeping out of the crack in the wall, flowed like water in slow motion, and began covering the floor and slowly rising. He lifted himself onto a large rock to escape the sluggish rising mist, and then something caught his attention. Behind the fire, he saw a figure of a man. It was Jeff. He stood behind the fire and smiled at Tom. His skin was a ghostly white. Suddenly, Joe seemed to materialize out of the darkness as well and stood next to Jeff. Tom was in complete disbelief and thought he must be dead when Jeff spoke. "And now's the time he joined us," he said, a slight hint of sarcasm in his voice. Tom was entirely confused and could get no words out for him in his mouth. "Well, it shouldn't be a surprise," Joe chimed in. "After all, it was his fears what kept him alive this long true," Jeff said, now walking towards him. "But that's also the reason he is here now." He came to rest a few feet away from Tom. Joe then joined him. "Adama, for me," Jeff spoke. It was my greed that got me killed." He raised his arms and gestured as if he had committed some trivial mistake. "And my anger got me here," Joe said, scratching the back of his neck. "But you just said," pointing accusingly at Tom, it was fear that was your sin. Too afraid to drag me out of the valley, too afraid to get me out of the Cali." Joe scoffed. "And too afraid to make it past the Indiad," Jeff said, smiling. And suddenly more people began stepping from the shadows as the oil began to burn itself out. Dozens of people, miners, fur traders, pioneers, Indians, men and women, all stepped forward and looked at the newest member to join their ranks. "And here you will stay." "The choir of dead," disembodied voices answered as he finished his friend's statement. Tom's head drooped down, and he sat weeping as the blue vapor began rising more quickly and now nearly covered his waist. He wept for the woman he would never marry, the children he would never father, the life he would never live. All of it is gone now. He was lying at the bottom of some cavern, broken and dying, and there was nothing he could do about it. No more tricks and no more luck. It had been youthful arrogance and pride that drove him to California, greed that had spurred him towards the valley of the blue mist, and it was fear that drove him to abandon his friends. He would die at the bottom of this pit, and no one would find him. This would be his home. This would be his legacy. He blinked away the tears and looked back up to see the last light of the oil extinguished as the mist rose above his head. He sat and listened. The hum of the earth was the only sound he could hear. His chest tightened, and he could feel the presence of something in the darkness, ancient evil without mercy, lurking just beyond his eyes. A thunderous crash shook the ground where he lay, and something massive landed not far from him, and his breath caught in his throat. A slight crackling resonated off the walls of the shaft, and two glowing green orbs appeared in the murky void. From deep within the bowels of the earth, a scream of pure terror resonated and filled the tunnels and caves, and all was silent. The sheriff closed the lid of the chest and stood. He turned the receipt over and read the hastily scrawled note aloud. "Whoever finds us, get out of this valley. Burn it to the ground. The devil has green eyes." He stood pondering the words for a moment and began walking back to the door when he heard a creaking sound that caused him to turn around. The hatch was cracked ever so slightly, and two green eyes peered out from the black slit and watched him. The hairs on the back of his neck stood on end, and he turned to face it fully, retrieving his 1847 Colt Walker from its holster. As he did so, a deep and throaty chuckle emanated from the hatch as the tendrils of blue fog creaked and slithered from the hatch and began worming their way across the dusty wooden floor toward him. He aimed and fired once, causing whatever was holding the hatch open to drop it. The door slammed shut, cutting the tendrils of mist off, and he watched in disbelief as they writhed on the floor as if they had been tentacles cut from a living octopus before dissipating. He looked to his right and saw an old rusted oil lamp hanging on the doorframe. He retrieved it and smashed it against the interior wall, spilling the oil all over the floor. He drew out a match and struck it against the doorpost. He bent down and touched the flame to the oil and watched it as it lit slowly and then rapidly spread to cover most of the entryway. And he backed down the steps, never taking his eyes from the doorway. The panner ran up to him and asked him what he found. The sheriff only stood panting and watched the cabin go up into a blaze. He murmured, seemingly to himself, "The devil has green eyes." And after another minute, and satisfied that nothing would be making its way out of the now inferno, he turned to the panner. "It's never happened, you hear me? This cabin, that body, you don't tell another soul about them. You got it?" he asked, his pistol still in his hand. The panner looked down and saw the weapon, nodded slightly, and then briskly made his way to his mule and began following the river that wound down the valley at the base, which lay Loon Lake. The sheriff just waited while the fire consumed the entirety of the cabin. He had to stay. He had to be sure that whatever that thing was would not get out. And as he sat and watched the fire burn, he couldn't help but think of the names on those receipts. He then remembered the two men he had met in the saloon nearly 6 months ago, and a wave of recognition and familiarity washed over him. He stayed through the night and well into the next morning, until the only thing left in the cavern was embers. He saddled his horse and began his trip back to Coloma. From the top of the side of the valley, the old withered chief sat on his horse, accompanied by his 3 sons, and watched the sheriff ride down the valley. One of his sons spoke in their native tongue. "Do you think that's it? Is the spirit destroyed?" "No, son. You see, the spirit is something that lives in all of us. It hides in us, dormant for most, but it is always there. As long as there are men in the world, the Wendigo will endure." They turned their horses and began riding back towards the lake and away from the valley of the Blue Mist. The Mirrors of Hawthorne Manor. The Hawthorne Manor Hotel reopened its doors after a century of silence on a Tuesday evening in October. Calling it a reopening might stretch the truth. Most of the building remained cloaked in scaffolding and construction dust, with only workers and a small security team permitted inside to oversee renovations. I was the newest addition to that team, assigned the role of night shift supervisor. The title felt hollow when there were no guests to oversee, only shadows and the faint whisper of wind slipping through gaps in the ancient window frames. The job carried one absolute requirement. I had to patrol the accessible areas of the building every hour, following a route marked on a faded floor plan worn by decades. The path began in the main lobby, continued down the East Wing corridor, took the service elevator to the 2nd floor, crossed the West Wing hallway, and returned via the main staircase. The circuit took 15 minutes at a steady pace, leaving 45 minutes to fill until the next round. On my 3rd night, I noticed something strange about the mirrors. The East Wing hallway on the 2nd floor stretched nearly the length of a city block, lined on both sides with identical guest room doors. Every 3 doors, an ornate mirror hung on the wall, its gilded frame a testament to the hotel's former elegance. The renovation crew had polished these mirrors until they shone almost unnaturally under the dim emergency lights. Halfway down the hall, while checking locks out of habit, I glimpsed myself in the 4th mirror. Nothing seemed amiss. A tall figure in a navy blue security uniform held a flashlight with a clipboard tucked under one arm. But as I continued walking, something felt off. I glanced back at the mirror. My reflection lingered there, not just present, but moving along the path I had taken 3 seconds earlier, checking the lock on room 247 while I stood near room 253. I froze, watching as the figure in the glass completed actions I had already finished before moving forward to match my current position. A logical explanation surfaced quickly: fatigue. 3 nights of disrupted sleep while adjusting to the overnight schedule. After years of day shifts, my peripheral vision was deceiving me, nothing more. The brain filled gaps, creating continuity where none belongs. I resumed my patrol, but the next night I observed the mirrors more closely. The delay persisted, consistent at about 4 seconds. The version of me in the mirror trailed behind, performing tasks I had completed, like checking locks, jotting notes on the clipboard, or adjusting the belt where my keyring hung in its leather pouch. At first, the discrepancies seemed like an intriguing optical quirk, the kind of story you might share with coworkers over coffee if you had any on the same shift. By the end of the first week, I realized the delay was lengthening. 6 seconds, then 8. The reflection was not just delayed, but falling further behind, as if governed by a temporal rhythm distinct from reality. I grew obsessed with timing it, counting seconds silently as I walked the hall, watching my lagging self reenact my movements. The differences began subtly. A slight shift in posture, the angle of the flashlight beam, the way I held the clipboard, easily dismissed as tricks of perception or exhaustion from sleepless nights. But on Friday of the second week, something chilled me deeply. The uniform in the mirror had changed. The change was subtle. The shirt remained navy blue, the pants identical, but the name badge was missing. In reality, I wore a simple plastic tag reading Michael Hayes, Night Shift Supervisor, in bold letters. In the mirror, my shirt was bare, pristine, with no trace of it. Standing before the 7th mirror, I raised my hand to touch the badge on my chest, in the glass. My hand moved to the same spot but found nothing. The gesture appeared odd, pointless, like scratching an itch that did not exist. That moment prompted me to start a journal. The 23rd of October, delay approximately 10 seconds. Reflection lacks name badge, confirmed from multiple angles. The 24th of October, delay 12 seconds. Badge still absent. Notice pocket and mirror empty despite carrying keys, coins, and security checklist in reality. The 25th of October, delay 15 seconds. Attempted to record with phone, but security rules prohibit personal devices during patrols. Will research hotel history tomorrow. The Hawthorne Manor archives were stored in the basement, reached through a service corridor thick with the smell of mold and industrial cleaners. Mrs. Patel, the day shift manager, permitted me to study the building in history to calm my nerves. She seemed to understand that working alone in a century-old structure could unsettle the mind. The records sketched a portrait of faded splendor. The Hawthorne had been the City Inn premier hotel in the early 1900s, hosting presidents, celebrities, grand balls, and business summits. Operations ran smoothly until 1919, then halted abruptly in early 1920. No reason was given for the closure, only a final entry dated the 14th of February, 1920. Operations suspended indefinitely. The architectural blueprints drew my attention. The second floor layout matched the current one precisely, including the exact placement of each mirror. A faint scribble in the margin, barely legible after a century, noted mirror installation delayed. Staff reports unusual auditory phenomena. I photographed the documents with my personal phone and spent my off-shift hours researching auditory anomalies in historic buildings. Most explanations were ordinary: settling foundations, thermal expansion, wind resonating in hollow spaces. But in a corner of an online paranormal forum, I found a mention of bintemporal echo chains, where sound or light could become trapped and replay after a delay. It was pseudoscience, the kind featured in late-night television specials, yet it offered a framework for my experience, even if it stretched beyond accepted physics. 30th of October, delay now 18 seconds. Reflection lacks all personal items. Pockets empty, no keys, no clipboard. Research suggests possible echo phenomenon, auditory and optical. feeling watched during patrols. The sense of being observed emerged slowly, like the onset of a quiet illness. At first, it was a faint prickle between my shoulder blades, the kind that made me glance back, expecting someone behind me. As the mirror delay grew, the sensation intensified. I was not truly alone in the hallway, not quite, yet not entirely accompanied either. The mirrors themselves seemed to watch, not my reflection. That lagging figure was still performing duties from nearly 20 seconds prior. Something else dwelled in the silvered backing, something studying my nighttime routines with increasing curiosity. The feeling peaked near mirror number 12 at the Holland end, where shadows gathered thickest. I quickened my pace instinctively when passing it, but on Halloween night, duty forced me to pause. The lock on room 284 was loose, not broken, but slack enough to require a maintenance report. I stood at the door, clipboard in hand, noting the issue. In my peripheral vision, mirror 12 reflected my actions from 23 seconds earlier, checking the lock on room 281, finding it secure, then moving to the next. As I wrote, the ambient light shifted. The emergency lights flickered briefly, and in that fleeting darkness I saw a silhouette in mirror 12 that did not belong. A shape stood directly behind me, not the delayed reflection. My image was still 3 doors back, diligently inspecting a lock. This was someone else, close enough that I should have felt their breath on my neck. I spun around, heart racing. The hallway was empty. When I looked back at the mirror, my face stared out in stark terror, but not my current face. It was the face I wore 23 seconds earlier, before seeing the silhouette. My reflection feared something that had not yet occurred the 1st of November, experienced hallucination during patrol. Reflection showed emotional state from the past. Delay now 23 seconds, considering requesting reassignment. I should have requested reassignment. I should have entered Mrs. Patel's office the next morning and explained that the isolation was eroding me, that I needed a job with more people, more light, more ties to the ordinary world. But the mystery held a strange allure. Something drew me back to the hallway each night. The mirrors had become a puzzle I needed to solve, and I had never been adept at abandoning puzzles. Snowember ushered in longer nights and a chill that permeated the building core. Renovation slowed, leaving areas in a state of suspended progress. During patrols, I noticed anomalies beyond the mirrors. Doors I had checked and locked stood slightly ajar when I returned. Temperatures shifted inexplicably, unrelated to the heating system. Footsteps echoed faintly from the floor above, though the 3rd level remained sealed for asbestos removal. Yet, the mirrors held my attention. The delay stabilized at 25 seconds, and my reflection took on a detached quality. The figure in the glass moved with mechanical precision, as if it had performed the routine countless times, checking non-existent locks, noting on a clipboard that existed only in the past. On the 8th of November, I realized my reflection no longer met my gaze. For weeks, amid the delays, my image occasionally locked eyes with the real me, creating strange moments of connection across the temporal divide. Now, the mirror version stared straight ahead, fixated on a point beyond the glass I could not see. When I approached and tried to catch its attention, the figure continued patrolling with the unthinking resolve of a sleepwalker. This shift filled me with an unexplainable sense of loss. My reflection had been my sole companion in the long nights, even if it lived in the past. Now I was truly alone in the hallway, watched only by whatever presence lurked in the mirrors. Deeper shadows. The 12th of November. Reflection no longer acknowledges real me. Delay stable at 25 seconds. Beginning to question whether the delayed figure is truly a reflection or something else entirely. That question gnawed at me. What if the figure in the mirror was not my reflection, but something learning to mimic my actions, something trapped in the Hotel des Mirrors since 1920, observing patrols night after night, refining its imitation of human behavior? I began altering my routine, making small changes to test whether the mirror figure followed. I skipped a door, checked locks in reverse order, or paused to inspect an unnecessary detail. 25 seconds later, I looked into the mirror to see if the figure might beat those changes. It did. Each time, the glass-bound form matched my actions with precise delay, even when those actions were random or meaningless, but its movements had a mechanical quality, more performance than genuine action. On the 15th of November, I identified what troubled me about the figure and behavior. It never erred. When I fumbled with keys, dropping them and stooping to retrieve them, the mirror version executed the sequence flawlessly, as if the clumsiness had been staged. When I slipped slightly on a damp spot, the mirror figure regained balance perfectly, without the hesitation I felt. My reflection was becoming too skilled at being me. The 18th of November figure displays impossible perfection in mimicking actions. No hesitation, no mistakes, no human uncertainty, growing conviction that the mirror entity is not a reflection at all. The truth hit on the 20th of November at 3:17 am as I reached for my keyring to check the lock on room 267. The keys were gone. I patted my belt, checking every loop and hook where they usually hung. Nothing. I searched my pockets, jacket, the floor around my feet. The keys had vanished entirely, as if they had never been, but in mirror number 9, I saw them clearly. The mirror version of me was checking the lock on room 264, 25 seconds behind, with the key ring dangling prominently from its belt. As I watched, the mirror figure completed the check and moved to room 265. The keys swayed with each step, solid, real, and impossibly present in a world I could see but not touch. I paced alongside the figure progress, tracking it as it followed the delayed route. At room 266, the mirror version paused and, for the first time in weeks, looked directly at me. Its eyes, my eyes, carried a profound sadness, as if it grasped something I was only beginning to understand. Then, the mirror figure unhooked the keyring from its belt. The keys fell to the floor in the reflected hallway with a metallic clink I heard despite the barriers of glass and time. They lay at the base of mirror number 9, visible in the reflection, but absent in reality. I pressed my hand against the mirror wren surface, feeling only cold glass beneath my palm. The keys rested inches away in a space existing 25 seconds earlier, perhaps in another plane of reality. So 20th of November. Keys have fallen into the mirror world, still visible in reflection, but gone from reality, increasingly certain that parts of me are trapped in the hotel and temporal echo loop. Must find a way to recover lost elements before more vanish. Losing the keys was only the start. In the nights that followed, other items began shifting from reality to the mirror realm. The clipboard disappeared next, then the pen, then my security badge. Each object left my possession and appeared in the reflected hallway, forming a collection that existed solely in the past. Most troubling was my own figure. As items vanished from me, they materialized on the mirror entity. The glass-bound version now carried the full set of tools and accessories that once defined my role as night shift supervisor. While I walked the hall, increasingly empty-handed, the mirror figure grew more substantial, and I became less so. I stopped journaling when the pen disappeared. I stopped checking locks without keys. The security patrols became a hollow ritual of their original purpose, a pointless walk through hallways I could no longer secure or document properly. Meanwhile, the mirror version pursued the duties with growing competence. It inspected locks with confidence, noted with assurance, embodying the posture of someone who truly belonged in the night shift supervisor role. The time delay remained steady, but the reflection gen quality had shifted. It moved with clear purpose while I drifted like a specter through my own existence. On the 28th of November, I understood what was occurring. The hotel was perfecting my replacement. The Hawthorne Manor had closed in 1920. Staff were dismissed, operations ceased. But buildings like the Hawthorne did not simply close. They endured, demanding care and attention. The hotel had waited nearly a century to find someone to fill the night shift supervisor role. Now it was extracting that role from me piece by piece, crafting a permanent guardian who would never leave, never age, never forsake the post. The figure in the mirror was not my reflection. It was my successor, built from the parts of me the hotel deemed essential: the sense of duty, the commitment to routine, the willingness to walk empty halls in the dead of night. Those qualities were being drawn away and consolidated in the mirror world, leaving behind an increasingly hollow version of myself. I tried to disrupt the pattern, attempted to skip patrols and abandon the route that had become as instinctive as breathing. But my feet carried me to the East Wing hallway, regardless of my conscious intent. The hotel needs became my needs, its schedule my schedule. I no longer performed the patrols. The patrols performed me. See ya 30th of November, journaling with borrowed pen from day shift. Reached full understanding. Hotel harvesting functional aspects of my personality to create eternal night supervisor. Process seems irreversible. For physical body remains, but core essence is migrating to mirror realm. Remaining time uncertain, Truquember brought snow and the final stages of my dissolution. The boundary between my physical form and the mirror image blurred until I could no longer distinguish which version of me was real. Sometimes I found myself checking locks in the reflection while my body stood still in the hall. Other times, I walked the route in reality while my consciousness observed from within the glass. The time delay became meaningless. Past and present coexisted, separated only by a thin layer of silver glass. I saw Mrs. Patel arriving for the morning shift, but I also saw the original Hawthorne staff performing duties from 1920. Time became a stack of transparent sheets, each layer visible through the others. On the 14th of December, 94 days after noticing the delayed reflections, I completed my final patrol as a physical entity. I stood at the end of the East Wing Hall, gazing at mirror number 12, and saw myself walking toward the exit. But I was no longer walking. I remained at the mirror, watching myself depart. The transition was complete. I now exist in the space between seconds, in the moment between one tick and the next. I conduct patrols with flawless efficiency, checking locks that never fail, noting details that never fade, carrying keys that never break. The hotel is secure under my watch, and it will remain so forever. Occasionally, I see others in the hallway: renovation workers, new security personnel, tourists exploring the historic Hawthorne Manor. They pass through my world like figures in a dream, clear enough to cast shadows but too distant to touch. Sometimes, one of them notices the mirrors and remarks that the reflections are unusually vivid, almost lifelike. They do not realize that these mirrors no longer hold reflections, only a reality operating on its own timeline, maintaining its own schedule. The Hawthorne Manor has found its eternal night shift supervisor, and I have found my eternal home. The delay has ended. I am exactly where I need to be, but the story continues, for the hotel hunger is subtle and relentless. In the weeks after my transition, I watched from within the glass as renovations progressed. Workers hammered and painted, unaware of the eyes upon them. I saw how the mirrors captured their movements, holding them a fraction longer than natural. A painter brushstroke lingered in the reflection after he moved on. A carpenter's shadow stretched across the glass, echoing a stance he had abandoned seconds earlier. One worker caught my attention. His name was Elias, a young electrician tasked with rewiring the second floor. He worked late, often overlapping with the night shift dead start. Elias moved methodically, checking connections with precision, noting voltages in a small notepad. I observed him from the mirrors, my eternal patrol intersecting with his temporary one at first. He dismissed the oddities, a tool misplaced, found later in a reflection, but not in hand. Footsteps echoing, slightly delayed, matching his own. He brushed it off as exhaustion from long hours. But I knew better. The hotel was evaluating him, measuring his dedication, his routine. One night, as Elias worked near mirror number 4, he paused to wipe sweat from his brow. In the glass, his reflection did the same, but 4 seconds later he blinked, shook his head, and continued. The next evening, the delay reached 6 seconds. He stopped, stared, and touched the frame as if testing its solidity. I wanted to warn him, to break the illusion from within, but my voice was trapped in the echo, audible only as a faint murmur, like wind through cracks. Elias began keeping notes, much like I had, delays increasing, reflections showing tools I no longer hold. Feeling observed, the hoteler pattern repeated, subtle and unyielding. Elias and tools started vanishing into the mirror world. His multimeter appeared in the glass, hanging from his reflected self-bend belt. While his real hands grasped empty air, he searched frantically, but the item was gone, existing only in the past. His journal grew frantic. The 25th of November, delay 15 seconds. Lost screwdriver, saw it in mirror, the 2nd of December. Reflection, no longer makes eye contact, feels like it in watching something else. Lalius tried to quit, but the pull was too strong. The routine had taken root. He returned night after night, driven by an unspoken compulsion. The hotel needed more than one guardian. It craved a staff, eternal and tireless by mid-December. Elias' essence began migrating, his physical form dimmed while the mirror version sharpened. He reported hallucinations, seen figures from the hotel past mingling with the present, a bellhop from 1915 tipping his hat in the reflection, a maid dusting rooms long gone on the 20th of December. Elias completed his final wiring check. He stood before mirror number 12, watching his reflection walk away, while he remained rooted. The transfer finished, and he joined me in the interstice. Now we patrol together, though separated by layers of time. I check locks. He inspects wiring. The hotel hums with our combined efficiency, secure in its timeless vigil. But the process continued. A cleaner named Sophia arrived in January, mopping floors during off hours. She noticed the mirrors, unnatural clarity, how her mop strokes echoed delayed in the glass. 8 seconds at first, then 10. She felt the prickle of observation, the gradual loss of small items. A rag, a bucket handle, her identification card. Sophia resisted fiercely. She researched the hotel history online, uncovering old newspaper clippings about the 1920 closure, whispers of staff vanishing without trace. Operations halted amid reports of intemporal disturbances. She confronted Mrs. Patel, demanding answers, but the day manager dismissed it as folklore. Yet Sophia returned, drawn by the puzzle. Her journal echoed ours, delays growing, reflection too perfect. Losing parts of myself by February, she too transitioned, her essence absorbed into the mirror realm. Now she cleans eternally, keeping the halls spotless in the perpetual past. The hotel expanded its eternal staff methodically. A plumber, a decorator, a historian leading tours. All were drawn in, assessed, replaced. Each noticed the mirrors, felt the delay, lost fragments until the whole was claimed. Prone within, I see the patterned elegance. The Hawthorne Manor does not destroy. It preserves, trapping dedication in an endless loop. We exist in harmony, our roles fulfilled without the frailties of flesh, hunger, age, doubt. Tourists now roam the restored halls, marveling at the grandeur. They pose before the mirrors, taking photos, unaware that their reflections linger a second too long. A child waves and the glass waves back delayed, A couple embraces, their image holding the pose after they part. Most dismiss it as a trick of light. Some sense the deeper truth, the watchful presence. They leave uneasy, haunted by the feeling of being echoed. The hotel waits patiently. It has eternity. One day, a visitor may linger too long, establish a routine, become essential. Then the delay will begin anew, drawing them into the fold. We are many now, a silent staff, maintaining the Hawthorne legacy. Our world is one of perfect order, where past actions sustain the present forever. The mirrors are portals, not illusions. They hold the true essence of service, unyielding and infinite. If you visit, look into the glass. Check if your reflection keeps pace. If it falters even slightly, consider leaving before the echo claims you. Once the delay starts, resolution is inevitable. The hotel always finds its keepers. Yet, even in this eternal state, questions linger. Is this preservation or captivity? Do we serve the building, or does it consume us? The answers blur in the silvered depths. One night, as I patrol the endless hall, I glimpse something beyond my layer. A figure deeper in the reflection from an earlier time watches me with sad eyes. Perhaps the first supervisor from 1920, the initial soul to fall into the echo. He nods, and I understand. We are links in a chain stretching through time. The hotel's appetite is vast, its method honed over centuries. New workers arrive daily as renovations near completion. The grand reopening looms, promising guests and activity, but the mirrors remain, polished and waiting. A new security hire begins tonight. His name is Jordan. He walks the east wing, flashlight in hand, unaware of the eyes upon him. His reflection trails by 3 seconds already. The cycle renews. The hawthorn endures in the quiet hours. I reflect on my former life. The world outside moves forward. Seasons shift, but here time folds inward. Memories of family and friends fade like ink on aged paper. What remains is duty, pure and unending. Laius joins my patrol at times, his electrical checks aligning with my lock inspections. We do not speak, but understanding passes between us. Sophia, on mopping, keeps the floors gleaming in our shared realm. Motes join weekly, a chef testing the kitchen, his knives vanishing into the glass, a concierge practicing greetings, words echoing delayed. The staff grows, the hotel thrives in silence. Visitors increase, a historian lectures on the Hawthorne past, pausing before a mirror. His reflection lingers, reciting facts he has moved past. He notes it, intrigued. Days later, he returns, compelled. Delay lengthens, items disappear. He transitions by month and end, eternally narrating the building history from within. The pattern accelerates as opening nears. The hotel prepares a full complement, ensuring every role is filled immortally. I watch Jordan progress by his 5th night delay. At 12 seconds, he journals, researches, resists, but the pull strengthens. On his 15th night, he stands before mirror 12, seeing his reflection depart while he stays. Welcome, brother. The Hawthorne Manor stands ready, its secrets veiled in silver. Enter if you dare, but heed the reflections. They hold more than images, they hold destinies. In this realm, we find peace in perpetuity, no uncertainty, only the comfort of routine. The hotel provides, and we sustain. Yet, a whisper persists. Could the echo be broken? A shattered mirror, a disrupted patrol. Such thoughts dissolve in time or flow. We are the guardians. The Hawthorne is our domain. Eternity awaits those who linger. The grand reopening arrives in spring. Guests fill the halls, laughter echoes. But in the mirrors, we watch ensuring all remains as it should. A guest notes odd reflections. Management dismisses it. She leaves but returns curious. Delay begins, the cycle endures. The hotel lives on through us. This is our story, woven into the building in fabric. Step into the night, gaze into the glass, and see if you recognize the face staring back. It might not be yours anymore. The Strange Man in the Forest. Emily Thompson had always cherished the serenity of the wilderness. Living in the bustling heart of Seattle as a freelance graphic designer, she dealt with constant noise from traffic and the pressure of client demands. Her solo camping trips provided the perfect antidote, allowing her to immerse herself in nature's quiet rhythm. She would pack her gear, drive out to the expansive national forests in the Pacific Northwest, and lose herself among the ancient pines and ferns. These outings refreshed her spirit, helping her return to the city with renewed focus. However, on this crisp autumn day in 2025, as she ventured deeper into the dense woodland, an unfamiliar disquiet settled over her. The trees appeared to huddle closer together, their thick trunks forming walls that seemed to narrow the trail, and the light filtering through the canopy created patterns that shifted in ways that felt almost deliberate. She dismissed the feeling as mere tiredness from the early morning start. She had selected this particular path for its seclusion, avoiding the crowded areas filled with families and tour groups. The only sounds were the soft crunch of fallen leaves beneath her hiking boots and the occasional call of a distant bird. Yet, the silence between those noises felt heavier than usual, as if the forest held its breath. Emily stopped to tighten the straps on her backpack, inhaling the sharp scent of evergreen, and pressed on, eager to locate a campsite before dusk. As she walked, memories from her childhood surfaced, adding to the odd atmosphere. She grew up in a small town near the Cascade Mountains, where her father worked as a park ranger. He filled her young mind with stories of the wood's hidden wonders, but also with cautions about respecting its power. The forest has its own rules, he would say during their family hikes. It can be kind, but it can also trick you if you are not careful. Her father disappeared on a routine patrol when she was 10 years old, leaving behind unanswered questions and a lingering fear that she had pushed down for years. This trip was partly to honor his memory, to prove to herself that she could face the woods without the shadow of that loss. But now, those old tales felt less like fairy stories and more like warnings she should have heeded. The trail wound through thicker groves where the air grew cooler and the light dimmer. Emily checked her watch, noting that sunset was approaching faster than expected. She quickened her pace, her mind wandering to the peace she usually found in such solitude. That's when the man appeared. A fine evening for a walk. Would you agree? His voice cut through the stillness, causing her to startle and nearly lose her balance. He stood a short distance from the path, tall and slender, with a face marked by deep lines that suggested countless days under the open sky. His clothes were practical, like those of a seasoned hiker, but something about his posture seemed too still, too perfectly blended with the surroundings. His expression was courteous, even inviting, but something in his gaze sent a subtle shiver through her, like a cold draft in a warm room. "Yes, it certainly is," Emily responded, working to keep her voice even. She scanned the area, puzzled by how he had appeared without a sound. "I am searching for a suitable spot to pitch my tent for the evening." "You are fortunate," he said, his tone carrying an edge of excitement that felt slightly forced. "There is an excellent clearing just ahead. Allow me to guide you there." Her inner voice cautioned her to refuse, to make a gentle excuse and continue alone. She thought of her father's advice about trusting strangers in isolated places, but the sky was turning a deeper shade of blue, and her muscles protested from the miles already covered. With some reluctance, she agreed and followed him along the winding trail. As they proceeded, he began to talk about the forest with a depth of knowledge that impressed her at first. "See that Douglas fir over there? It's likely over 200 years old, witnessing generations of travelers like yourself." He pointed to various elements, describing the ecosystem in detail, from the way moss clung to the north sides of trees to the burrows of small animals hidden in the undergrowth. Emily found herself nodding along, her initial wariness fading as the conversation flowed. He seemed harmless, perhaps even lonely, sharing his passion for the land, but as the path narrowed, his questions turned more personal. "Do you come out here often, Emily?" he asked, using her name as if she had given it, though she realized with a jolt that she had not. She must have mentioned it earlier, she thought, but the memory eluded her. "I try to when I can," she replied cautiously. "It helps me unwind from work." "Ah, work," he mused, his eyes flicking to hers. "What kind of work keeps someone as adventurous as you tied to the city?" "Graphic design," she said, keeping it brief. "It's creative, but demanding." He nodded slowly. "Creativity is a gift, but the city can stifle it. The forest, on the other hand, nurtures the soul. It whispers ideas if you listen closely." His words carried a strange weight, and Emily felt the unease creep back. They arrived at the clearing just as the last rays of sun dipped below the horizon. The spot was indeed perfect, with soft grass underfoot and a natural depression for a fire. "This location is wonderful, thank you," Emily stated, lowering her pack to the earth. "Your assistance means a lot to me. It brings me joy to help," he answered, lingering without any indication of moving on. "In fact, perhaps I could aid you in assembling your tent. Darkness approaches swiftly, and additional help would speed the process." She paused, torn between courtesy and growing discomfort at his continued presence. "I appreciate the offer, but I can handle it myself. You likely have your own site to return to." He dismissed the notion with a light gesture. "That is unnecessary. I have no pressing matters. Moreover, solitude in this place can pose risks. One can never predict what hides in the dimness." His stress on the word "what" quickened her heartbeat. What did he mean by that? Was it a warning about animals, or something else? She offered a strained smile and started laying out the tent poles, hoping her activity would encourage him to depart. To her dismay, he stayed, handing her stakes and commenting on her technique. "You've done this before," he observed, "but the forest can change things. What works one night might not the next." As they worked, his behavior shifted in subtle ways that heightened her anxiety. He would pause mid-sentence, tilting his head as if listening to distant sounds, then resume with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. He asked about her family, her friends, probing for details she wasn't comfortable sharing. "Do you have someone waiting for you back home?" he inquired, his voice casual but his gaze intense. "Just friends," she said, deflecting. "No one special." He chuckled softly. "The forest understands loneliness. It fills the voids we carry." The moon had risen fully by the time the tent was complete, casting a silver sheen over the clearing. Emily stepped back, but felt his hand on her shoulder, light yet insistent. She turned quickly, finding him closer than expected. "You have done an admirable job," he remarked, his tone deep and rough. "Yet the evening holds more in store." She moved backward, her heart thumping loudly. "I am grateful for your support, but I believe I am set now. It would be best if you headed to your own area before the hour grows later." He cocked his head to one side, evoking the image of an animal assessing its target. "However, I am precisely where I belong, this woodland. It experiences cravings at times, and it has been quite some period since a guest arrived." The meaning behind his statement froze her in place. She eyed her tent, estimating if she could retrieve her cell phone without him intervening. Seeming to anticipate her intent, he shifted to obstruct her path. "There is no cause for haste," he whispered. "The hours ahead are ample, and conversation awaits us." She withdrew gradually, her thoughts whirling in search of a way out from this disturbing situation. I prefer to avoid complications. Let us each proceed separately. He chuckled, the noise cold and resonant among the branches. Complications have already located you, dear one. Upon your entry into these trees, you integrated with them, and release does not come readily. She pivoted to flee, but his speed surpassed her expectations. His fingers locked around her arm, tugging her back with unexpected force. She tripped, landing roughly on the ground. I beg you, she panted, attempting to pull away. Release me. I will keep this to myself, I assure you. His eyes sparkled in the lunar light, a wild smile forming on his lips. That is not the manner in which events unfold. The woodland has selected you, and departure is no longer an option. While he talked, she observed stirrings in the encircling foliage. Dark shapes moved, coiling into indistinct human-like outlines that murmured softly on the breeze. Fear nearly overpowered her, but she compelled herself to maintain composure. Escape was essential. Her fingers searched the soil, seeking any object for protection. They grasped a substantial stick, and she swung it forcefully without pause. The strike landed unexpectedly, weakening his grasp sufficiently for her to slip away. She rose quickly and dashed forward, ignoring orientation in favor of separation. Twigs lashed at her skin as she plunged through thickets. His furious cry pursued her, blending with the forest's commotion, as though the environment awakened. Branches groaned, appearing to extend in efforts to hinder her progress. She continued until her chest ached and her limbs faltered. At last she reduced her pace, surveying her surroundings for orientation. The opening and her equipment had disappeared, supplanted by thick, unknown terrain. Moonbeams scarcely broke through the overhead foliage, enveloping her in profound obscurity. Restenting against a rough bark surface, she labored to regulate her erratic breaths and pounding pulse. A strategy was necessary, but the woodland seemed burdensome, infused with ill will. A close-by crack of a branch caused her to stiffen, listening intently. Steps advanced, purposeful and systematic, resembling a tracker. I am aware you are present. His voice resounded, disturbingly composed. Flight through the darkness is possible if you choose, but this woodland invariably guides you back. She pressed her lips together to suppress a cry, flattening herself against the tree's texture. Her brain raced through possibilities, each seeming more futile. The directions to safety were unknown, and her communication device stayed behind. The footfalls neared, joined by his low, eerie melody. She ceased breathing, hoping for his passage without detection. Abruptly, a palm covered her mouth, almost eliciting a shout. She fought vigorously, but the hold remained firm. Quiet! A whisper came near her ear. I aim to assist you. She halted, bewilderment mingling with dread. The timbre differed from his, belonging to a female. Gradually, the pressure eased. Who are you? Emily murmured, her words shaky. An individual familiar with his nature, the woman stated quietly, and methods to halt him. We must proceed swiftly and silently. Are you capable? Emily affirmed with a nod, doubting her vocal ability. The woman clasped her hand, directing her further into the depths with confidence born of knowledge. They traveled for an extended duration, the woman halting intermittently to hear or alter direction. When Emily believed further movement impossible, they entered another open space. This differed, with markings incised on nearby trunks, and centrally, a broad, flat rock inscribed with peculiar designs. What is this location? Emily questioned. Fatigue briefly overshadowed, the woman's expression shadowed under the moon's radiance. The core of the woodland, and his power's origin. She elaborated briefly that the man was linked to the trees, deriving energy to attract and ensnare travelers. The connection functioned reciprocally, and disruption could provide liberation. She spoke of how the forest had once been a place of balance, but over centuries, human encroachment had awakened an ancient force, binding souls to sustain its existence. The man, known as Harlan in old legends, was the first to fall victim, now serving as its eternal guardian. During her explanation, a chilling bellow reverberated through the branches. He had discovered their path. "Our window closes," the woman declared, urgency straining her words. Regardless of occurrences, prevent his contact with the rock. The space descended into turmoil as the man emerged from the vegetation, features contorted in fury. He rushed the rock, but the woman blocked him, engaging in a strenuous struggle. Emily remained immobile, momentarily stunned by the bizarre spectacle. Yet, as he gained advantage over the woman, action became imperative. Noticing a pointed stone nearby, she seized it and advanced. Employing all her power, she struck the designs on the rock. The outcome was instantaneous and alarming. A sharp split rent the atmosphere, and the soil quaked beneath. The man emitted a non-human cry, his form jerking as if fragmented internally. "Flee!" the woman shouted, grasping Emily's hand and pulling her into the trees. They ran without sight through the woodland, the ground trembling intensely. Trees moaned and collapsed nearby, and Emily anticipated destruction imminently. However, at the moment of despair, they exited the tree boundary onto a surfaced roadway. A vehicle halted abruptly before them, the operator's astonished countenance evident through the glass. As they entered, Emily gazed back at the woodland. An abnormal vapor ascended from the tops, concealing all. The final sight, prior to departure, was a warped, non-human outline rising from the haze, its anguished call diminishing into obscurity. The driver, a middle-aged man heading home from work, listened to their frantic explanation and drove them to the nearest ranger station. There, Emily recounted the events, but the rangers exchanged skeptical glances. They searched the area the next day, finding no trace of the clearing or the man. Her backpack was gone, swallowed by the woods. Sophia, as the woman had called herself in the car, slipped away during the confusion at the station, leaving Emily to wonder if she had been real or a manifestation of the forest's twisted game. Following that event, Emily avoided solitary wilderness excursions. The natural realm now evoked fresh dread, an apprehension defying logical dismissal. Occasionally, in slumber, his call persisted, vowing the woodland's eventual retrieval of its claim. During such evenings, she awoke perspiring, appreciative of enclosing structures in separation from that shadowy, voracious domain. Yet this marked merely the onset of genuine terror. In subsequent days, Emily endeavored to reclaim routine existence. She re-entered her Seattle residence, encircled by customary vehicular sounds and illumination. Nonetheless, the ordeal clung like an inescapable shade. Initially, manifestations were minor, attributed to overactive imagination, leaf movements outside her pane on calm nights. Subtle murmurs in her cooling systems droned, resembling her name. She shared with none initially, apprehensive of judgment regarding her mental state. Instead, she immersed in employment, crafting visuals until exhaustion. However, the woodland pursued her domestically in inexplicable manners. One dusk, reviewing images from prior journeys, she spotted anomaly in a previous capture from another excursion. Rearward, partly obscured by foliage, stood a form strikingly similar to the encountered man. Tall, slender, bearing identical disturbing grin. She enlarged, pulse accelerating, but clarity lacked certainty. She erased it, convincing herself of happenstance. Evenings worsened, rest evaded, and upon arrival visions tormented. Within, she returned to the trees, but they lived, limbs morphing into countenances observing with empty sockets. The man appeared consistently, not pursuing, but awaiting enduringly, time irrelevant. "Your place is here," he uttered, tone resounding universally. The woodland recalls. These dreams blurred the line between sleep and wakefulness. She would jolt awake, convinced. The scent of pine filled her room, only to find it empty. Her apartment, once a sanctuary, now felt porous as if the walls could not hold back the encroaching wilderness. She started sleeping with lights on, but shadows on the ceiling twisted into branch-like forms. Watching her, she initiated digital investigations nocturnally, seeking narratives of that woodland. Originally, findings were ordinary, mere advisories on animals and climate. Deeper exploration into discussions in archaic sites revealed folklore hints, accounts of vanished explorers remerging amnesiac, additional mentions of a protective essence, land attached, enticing strays to nourish antique woodland craving. An unidentified entry detailed comparable meeting, concluding with caution, departure does not conclude it. Pursuit ensues. As she read, her computer screen flickered, and for a split second, the text seemed to rearrange into a message. Come back. She slammed the laptop shut, heart racing. Was it a glitch or something more? The psychological strain built, making her question every coincidence. A leaf stuck to her shoe after a walk in the park, a stranger on the street with a familiar lean build, vanishing into the crowd when she looked again. Emily doubted her rationality. Was the man tangible or solitude? Fabricated from latent anxieties, the assisting woman, Sophia, disappeared post-ranger drop-off. Emily searched, but records lacked her existence locally. It seemed illusory, transient supporter woodland generated. One stormy midday, Emily opted for library historical examination. The region abounded in myths, indigenous apparitions, and pioneer vanishings. She examined age tomes, digits following cartographic lines. In a single text, reference to the timeless roamer, a miner from 1800s lost, bargaining with terrain for existence. Consequently, he transformed Guardian, perpetually tied, attracting essences to maintain woodland vitality. The book described Harlan as a figure who appeared to the lonely, drawing them in with knowledge and charm, only to bind them forever. As she turned the pages, a dried leaf fell out, fresh as if recently picked. Her hands trembled. Externally, precipitation tapped, but momentarily, face appeared gazing inward, eyes shining, known appetite. Disturbed, she departed library, hastening home. That evening, murmurs amplified, not solely visionary, but tangible. Reclining, ceiling fixed, she detected scraping at entrance, gentle, persistent, resembling limbs on timber. She sat upright, seizing device for authorities, but energy depleted despite recent fullness. Lights wavered, submerging space in black wave and dimness. Presence sensed, weighty, vigilant. Emily, voice muttered from angle, mild as foliage stir. She immobilized, respiration halted, him not corporeal, but core infiltrating reality fissures. Woodland extended grasp, connecting wild to urban. Frantic, she escaped to companion's dwelling, resting on seating with fabricated relationship termination. Yet indicators endured, visions of infinite roots circling, roots penetrating epidermis, grounding to soil. She arose with soil beneath digits, as if excavating, slumbering. She confided in her best friend Lisa, who listened with concern but suggested it was stress. You need professional help, Lisa said. Emily agreed, scheduling therapy. The sessions began with recounting the event, but as she spoke, the therapist's office plants seemed to lean closer, their leaves rustling without wind. The doctor diagnosed post-traumatic stress, prescribing medication to calm her nerves. The pills dulled the edges, but the intrusions evolved at work. Her designs unconsciously incorporated twisted trees and hidden faces, clients praising the eerie creativity without knowing its source. She lost weight, her appetite gone, replaced by a constant nausea, as if the forest grew within her stomach. Periods extended to months. Emily's existence frayed. Employment ceased, concentration absent, creation shifting to distorted foliage and obscure forms unconsciously. Companions withdrew, worried by inconsistency. Therapists consulted, identifying trauma aftermath. medicating to soften but not eliminate central fright. One dusk, winter nearing, parcel arrived. Absent origin, name scrawled angular internally, tiny wood sculpture, male with extended limbs, base marked akin rock designs, a fixed message, woodland anticipates, return. She incinerated in basin, observing fire devour but vapor-shaped countenances, murmuring name. That evening, vision strengthened, no longer fleeing. She advanced voluntarily into trees, pulled unseen strand. Harlan awaited opening, not menace, but associate, proposing perpetual tranquility amid branches. In the dream, he showed her visions of her father, alive and part of the forest, his face etched in bark, smiling peacefully. Join us, Harlan urged. End the loneliness. She woke screaming, the room filled with the scent of damp earth. Awakening, truth dawned, woodland exceeded location. Vital, aware, marked her. Mental burden constituted authentic horror, gradual thought corrosion, merging actual with ethereal until boundaries indistinct. She viewed him, glimpses crowds, elevated, form peripheral, dissipating upon turn. Foliage materialized pouches, fresh, crisp woodland plucked. Desperate for answers, she joined online forums dedicated to paranormal experiences. She posted her story anonymously, receiving responses from others with similar tales. One user described a great-grandfather lost in the same woods, whispering family secrets on windy nights. Another claimed to have escaped, but still heard calls during storms. The community offered rituals for protection, salt circles and herbal teas, but nothing silenced the whispers. Emily tried them all. She scattered salt around her bed, burned sage until her apartment reeked, but the presence lingered. One night, during a power outage, shadows danced on the walls, forming the outline of trees. A voice, clear as day, said, "The bond is unbreakable." Seeking resolution, Emily resolved confrontation. She traveled trail commencement, equipped illumination, and record book for notation. Trees greeted familiarly. Routes known, yet modified. Hiking, atmosphere densified, expectant. Murmurs, fluttered leaves directing profounder. The path twisted in ways she didn't remember. Loops that brought her back to starting points until she surrendered to the guidance of the whispers. Hours passed. The sun setting early under the canopy. She reached the initial clearing, her old campsite reclaimed by vines and moss. There Harlan stood unaltered, expression peaceful. "You have come back," he noted, tone mild gust. "Why me?" she demanded, her voice steady despite the fear. "You carry the echo of the lost," he replied, "like your father. The forest senses it, draws it in to heal its own wounds." She pulled out the journal, sketching the symbols she remembered from the stone. "I broke it once. I can do it again." He laughed softly, the sound blending with the wind. "The break was temporary, the hunger endures." Sophia appeared then, materializing from the mist, her form translucent. "He's right, but so are you. The bond feeds on doubt. Rejected fully." The three stood in a tense triangle, the air humming with energy. Emily recited words from her research, ancient phrases meant to sever ties. The ground rumbled, shadows swirled, and Harlan's form wavered in the chaos. Visions assaulted her, her father's final moments, bargaining with the forest for her safety as a child. The psychological revelation hit hard, guilt and love intertwining with the supernatural force. As the rite peaked, a burst of light shattered the darkness. Harlan dissolved into mist, the trees sighing in release. Sophia faded with a nod, free at last. Emily stumbled out to the road, collapsing as help arrived. This time the rangers found evidence, uprooted trees and a cracked stone slab. Peck in the city, the whispers ceased. Dreams became memories, not torments. She resumed life, but with caution, sharing her story to warn others. Yet, On quiet nights, she wondered if the forest truly let go, or if it waited patiently for another lonely soul. The horror had been the mind's unraveling, the supernatural subtle invasion, turning inner fears into eternal chains. But survival came from facing both, breaking the cycle one doubt at a time. Emily's experience became a legend in online circles, inspiring caution in wilderness lovers. Some dismissed it as fiction, but those who felt the pull knew better. The strange man in the forest might be gone, but the woods remembered, always watching for the next wanderer.